No, I just had that all preset for you, Farmer, and now we just ruined it.
Oh well.
Ah, now the
I'm not
peanuts
seeing
will
the
never
sound of
know.
talk.
Never mind.
No, never mind. We tried. We tried.
Yeah.
No, I just had that all
I
preset
don't
for
know
you,
what's the
Farmer.
default sandwich.
Whoop, I didn't mute myself for that one.
To mute yourself.
What's this? She's right. KFC does not put chips in people. What's Stevie B going on about? See, halfway through a
Um,
conversation out in the peanuts there, by the look of it.
it looks like it, yeah. Unless that's something to do with the.
I think that's something to do with Mallory.
I suspect so.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
KFC don't put chips in people. Not even fries.
That's what Stella's saying.
There's all this talk about KFC and chips.
Yeah.
But they don't really have chips in KFC, do they?
No, they're
Because they're
fries,
like
aren't they?
they're like McDonald's and Burger King. They definitely have fries,
Yes, not chips.
not proper chips.
No, hardly anyone sells proper chips here unless you go to the fish and chip shop.
That's it. You have to go to a chippy for it.
Yeah.
Mallory found some dirt on Professor Bell. You need to show this evidence. Oh.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Is it good or bad? Somebody will have to pre-watch it just so it. Somebody will have to pre-watch that. But in the meantime, hello. Oh, yeah, I've got that. Where are we? I have to go full screen, do I, for that? As you can see, that's the image I used for the thumbnail. Looks like they've aligned it to match each mirror's position.
Yes.
Lined the mirror to get the position. Oh, I'm going to get me words ass up.
Align the images to be in the position of the mirrors that created them.
Yeah, that's what you said.
There we go. Segment image identification.
So this early web alignment image with dots of starlight arranged in a pattern similar to the honeycomb shape of the primary mirror. It's called an image array. The web team continues to make progress in aligning the observatory's mirrors. Engineers have completed the first stage in this process, called segment image identification. The resulting image shows that the team have moved each of the web's 18 primary mirror segments to bring 18 unfocused copies of a single star into a planned hexagon formation, which is that one we showed last time, which just looked all over the place.
That's it.
Image array again, the numberings for each mirror. This image mosaic top, which shows 18 randomly positioned copies of the same star, served as the starting point for the alignment process to complete the first stage of alignment. The team moved the primary mirror segments to arrange the dots of starlight into a hexagon image array bottom. Each dot of starlight is labelled with the corresponding mirror segment that captured it. And then you can read the last bit.
With the image array complete, the team has now begun the second phase of alignment, segment alignment. During this stage, the team will correct large positioning errors of the mirror segments and update the alignment of the secondary mirror, making each individual dot of starlight more focused. When this global alignment is complete, the team will begin the third phase called image stacking, which will bring the 18 spots of light on top of each other. Because you've got to remember, these 18 images, they're all 18 images of the same star.
Yeah.
And it's, of course, a heck of a lot easier to focus each mirror while they're not pointing at the same spot in the system.
Yeah. We steer the segment dots into this array so that they have the same relative locations as the physical mirrors, said Matthew Lallo, systems scientist and telescopes branch manager at the Space Telescope Science Institute. During global alignment and image stacking, this familiar arrangement gives the wavefront team an intuitive and natural way of visualizing changes in the segment spots in the context of the entire primary mirror. We can now actually watch the primary mirror slowly form into its precise intended shape.
Yeah. Which we don't know.
Obviously, ultimately, when everything's lined up and everything's working, those 18 images will become one.
Yeah.
And they'll all be focused and stacked on top of each other.
And for the time it takes to align each mirror, this is going to take a little while.
Well, yeah, they always said they always said from the start that launch, getting to L2, and commissioning and setting this thing up will take approximately 6 months.
Yep.
So it's going to be June or July before we start seeing proper results.
Yeah. It's interesting how you can see different focus points of from each mirror to the same point of.
Yeah.
Well, as I understand it, when you're collimating a telescope, what you're actually after is that the stars do actually end up appearing like little crosses, rather than smeared all over the place like they are at the moment from the diffraction.
Hmm.
Looks like the Balkinov pattern, Dora says. Is that a relevant pattern, is it? Balkinov? Baltinov.
You look like Baltinov mask patterns, which is a Baltinov mask is a thing you use for to help you focus a telescope, apparently.
Oh, so it is. Huh.
I've not used one. I could do with using one on my big telephoto lens to take pictures of the stars if I had a tracking mount. But I have seen the videos that Wolfie's done that explain how to use one.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
It's a shame you couldn't play with it yourself if you had all the raw images from each mirror. But it wouldn't be possible for us to do that down here.
Probably not.
No.
Well, if they were all focused, it would then be possible to manually stack them from that image, because you just have to physically cut each one out and slide it over the top of the other, and then on different layers, and then use the right layer blend mode, and it will add them all together for you.
I'd like to see the comparable image from the Hubble compared to the James Webb's one when it's finished.
You can't.
You can't.
Really?
Nah.
Well, no, because this isn't doing visible light. This is doing infrared.
Infrared, yeah.
Well, no, it does do some visible light.
Yeah. So, okay, it's not doing full spectrum visible. It's not doing full spectrum like Hubble is, though, is it? I don't think.
Just had to go and give my heating a boost. It's bloody freezing in here.
No, not too bad here.
It's 4 degrees outside and
Whoa.
rainy. It's only 18 degrees in here.
Is that 14 degrees our weather, our temperature?
What, Celsius?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's
That's a bit.
6
It is a
degrees
bit
and
chilly.
sunny for me, but it doesn't look very sunny out there at the moment.
It's grey and wet and bloody horrible. I ain't going anywhere today. Sod that. I just sat and thought, why am I so cold? It's 18 degrees. It's like, yeah, go and press the button. Let's have some heat.
I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is inside because I don't have a thermometer.
I'll share the screen for you guys because I'm trying to work out which one we're up to. I mean, I had a quick look at this one, but I think that's the 10-hour ago one. If I scroll down, it looks like we're here for the nautical miles meridian. And then we've got what are nautical miles meridian part 2, then meridian again. And then we've got, oh jeez, he's all over the place.
Yeah, of course he is.
We'll do the nautical miles, that one. What's there? Part 2, part 2. How do you work that one out? Is that his part 2, two part 2s?
Could be because each of them are only 12 minutes and
21 seconds. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that only adds up to 24 minutes and 40 seconds.
You can't expect you to be able to count properly, can you? I mean, you know.
Oh, put that one.
Oh, God, look at that mess.
Oh, that's terrible. I think he's unorganised, this bloke. Put it to Lindsay speed.
I think he's lots of things.
Put it to that.
Sane and rational are not the words that spring to mind.
Sky Moyles. My bunks.
Sky Moyles.
Sky Moyles.
Oh, to be sure, to be sure. Oh. Sky Moyles.
Oh, Gravity's Guru's Today Scientist. S something C was an American physicist who was a co-winner of the Nobel Prize for his work on using lasers to trap and cool individual atoms. S something
No, it's not
C.
quick.
Is Clive out there? I didn't see Clive tonight. Alright. Let's play Lindsay. This is a part 2.
Down for full house.
This is a part 2 of 2 that's part 2. Or it's the other part 2. That's part... I don't know.
Is it part 2A and the other one's part 2B?
I don't know. I've got no idea.
I don't know. I doubt if Lindsay knows either.
Are they in the right order, though, even? This could be part B.
Don't.
And the other one's
I
part
think
A. And we're watching
You're
them back
presuming
and
far
front.
too much now.
See if we can figure it out.
Yeah.
Hi guys, video number 2 on what is a nautical mile. Check out video 1, it's another day, got a different shirt on. A quick update. So, what is a nautical mile? So, a nautical mile is the time travelled across the oceans, measured by knots. The old knot system in the old sailing.
Yeah, Lindsay, how did they do it?
Modernised now, but this is the way they travel. These arcs here, because the magnetic fields of Earth, they take you on these arcs. You follow north with the compass, that's the way you take it. South to the tropics.
Well, you travel a curve, do we?
Or up to get to the tropics. They both curve like this. So these two curves create one equals this distance here.
If you travelled a curve, wouldn't you go in a circle?
You would.
You'd end up back where you started from.
Ultimately, yeah.
And so they've measured the distance of Earth from the Arctic to there. They've got a figure of this. So you take this, divide it into this 180 degree arc. We come up with 69 statute miles. And 69 statute miles is equivalent to the 60 nautical miles you're travelling across the ocean. So you try to separate the 69 from this nautical measurement, because 69 only is represented by the diameter of Earth, or the radius. It could be a different number if the Earth was bigger or smaller. But 60 nautical miles sailing across the ocean is equivalent, adds up to the same as 69. We've worked out here, right?
No, didn't
So
work
60
out
nautical
anything.
miles
I know.
sailing here.
No.
This
Moves
is
you
Lindsay's
60
maths,
minutes of
don't
arc.
forget.
60 minutes on the arc
Yeah.
as you travel, which moves you 1 degree of latitude. 1 degree of latitude. Only between
What does
the Arctic
latitude
and
mean, Lindsay?
Antarctic.
Yeah,
For
exactly.
latitude, it works with the 69. 69. See, Antarctic to Arctic, 69, because it fits into this measurement, which equals this distance as well.
Wait a minute, he was going from out to in for latitude. That's back to front in my... But I know what latitude and longitude is. That'd be longitude if it was from the centre to the out.
You only get it naturally in latitude and around the central equator, because this point here is
The central equator.
central to the
Yeah,
central
There
to
are
here,
others?
yeah.
90 degrees.
How many equators are there?
But anyway, it's 2 of these. It's 2 of these. 1, 2.
Careful where it's
69
not. Don't take notes.
statute miles near there
Yeah.
and around that one point before it all starts falling away. You see, then you have to start doing your calculations. In the toroidal field of Earth, it falls back in that way and it falls back this way. So they get to tell you live on a spinning ball. It's all to do with the magnetic field of Earth. But that's us. And yesterday's I had circumference here because I was converting things from the spinning ball. So 2 of these radius, 2 of these equal the diameter of the Earth, flat Earth, not the circumference, the diameter. That's how you get, how it all works with the spinning ball, correlates with the spinning ball model. But this is the way, this is the true model. You do not live upside down on a spinning ball or thereabouts. That is absolutely bonkers. So I was going to go, I started to get into this Aristophanes experiment again, and the video finished. So you've got Syene there, Alexandria there, say, roughly. See, it's not, it doesn't intersect the central point of Earth, the flat Earth, the Arctic. So you're not going to get a full width of Earth, are you? So that shows straight away it's a load of garbage.
What?
But then again, they like to use the spinning ball story. Back in the
I
day,
don't think
no
you
one
make it a full
knew
width of
Earth
Earth.
was a ball. It's been known for thousands of years, this arc here, ancestral navigation. This has been known for thousands of years, your arc of horizon. It's even written in the Bible in heaps of places. One in particular is Ezekiel 1:12 to 23. Your arc of horizon moves with you, like a wheel within a wheel type thing as well with Enoch, wheels within wheels.
Oh, dear.
It like rolls away as you move. Your arc of horizon
Anyone got any idea what heat shield's typing out there?
is like this.
I don't know, but he's yelling.
There's Polaris. You're there under Polaris. There's Polaris. You move away. What's going to happen? Obviously, that's going to come down in your arc of horizon. You get to a certain point, it's no longer on your horizon, is it? You're too far away. It's come out. But at night, this is during the day, it's a lot smaller. At night, it's different, isn't it? You see more. It hasn't got the bright light. So this is where they convert it, you see, because you couldn't come up with the diameter of your Earth there
Yeah.
because it doesn't intersect the centre. But understanding your arc of horizon is 180 degrees,
I can't even debunk this.
and knowing
I've got,
this 180 degrees,
doesn't make sense.
the distances in here can create,
Can't debunk
give you the
it.
size of Earth. And see, and on the ball model, if you just turn the ball anywhere on the ball Earth, you'll end up coming back down to this point, sub 10, back to the centre of your spinning ball. Hey, so wherever you're there, just turn your ball and be vertically, straight down through that point to the centre of the ball. No matter where you are, you're always like zenith or centre or sub 10 to the centre of the spinning ball. But in reality, wherever you are on Earth, you are always zenith because you have your arc of horizon. Everything comes back onto your arc. It's where the sun sits, stars, everything. Seen in this arc. That's why they never change shape, never change size.
Is Is the zenith where the sun's overhead? Is that correct?
The zenith is the point directly above you.
Yeah. So wherever you're on the Earth.
At 90 yeah, wherever you are on the Earth, directly above you is your zenith.
Yeah.
Well, the sun doesn't, but the moon does, because it's the way it spirals out from the centre and goes around the Earth like this. You know, the moon, and it's always moving around. It depends on where you are out here, where it is over there. Maybe it doesn't change size because it's still on your arc of horizon. I don't know. I always understand the sun.
Don't confuse yourself, Lindsay.
So,
Right.
see how the ball, you can just turn the ball and you're always sub-10 back to the centre. Yeah.
Huh?
In reality, you're always zenith. Always were, always was. Then celestial navigation. No matter where you are, there's your sextant
What if you're
readings.
at the North Pole?
Come back
No
to
matter
you.
where you go, there you are.
Yeah,
The
that's
GP
it.
points, your distance back to you.
Yeah,
Syene
that's
and
what I thought,
Alexandria.
Wally.
Syene and Alexandria do not align with the
But when you're on Earth, there's places on Earth where your sun is not 90 degrees above you, like Wally said.
Oh yeah. Yeah, the
celestial
sun
most
isn't
places
always at
on
your
Earth.
zenith. It can't be. Your zenith is directly above you, 90 degrees. It's right above you. The sun is hardly ever directly above me. I mean,
Zenith is used in a few different ways, though. I mean, in astronomy, when you talk about a star's zenith, it just means that that's the highest point along the meridian that it reaches. It doesn't necessarily mean 90 degrees above you. It just means its highest point.
Yeah. So in our winter time, it might be zenith for us, but the sun's not directly above. It's just highest in the sky.
Yeah.
centre of the flat Earth, but they use their arc of meridian. But if you roll the ball image, they always subtend the centre axis of the ball.
That bit's
So what did I just
confusing,
all
I've got
reverse
no idea
engineered
what
from
you
the flat Earth model to suit their ball, all governed by our very own arc of horizon. A 180 degree meridian with us standing at 90 degrees equals zenith, not centre of a ball Earth. So I did a quick calculation and took a couple of minutes and put much thought into it. It was a bit of a rush job. I thought, I'll give it a go just using what information we have here. So I took the distance between these two, Syene and Alexandria, and divided the 69 statute miles we have in between here and here. To find the radius, what radius I'd come up with, came to 9.776, so then you timed it by 180. Have I done that right? Divided
Your
by
why?
that.
What?
Oh, I didn't even double check this, eh? I'm a bit lost at what I've done here, actually. I've got that figure there.
what do you think?
So I timed it by 180 degrees equals this.
You're
So I came
lost.
with that
Where
as
did
the
you get
radius.
his math?
It's a bit different to that, eh? But Aristophanes was wrong too, wasn't he?
Aristophanes.
And I did it again using 67 kilometres.
Is he
This
talking
makes
about the
it
stick
worse.
guy?
Well, no mathematician
Yeah.
might be going to go and see what the hell I did there.
They all have trouble pronouncing his name.
Yeah, so that's the guts of it. Understanding your arc of horizon. Two of these. Hemisphere. Created the sphere. Maybe around there.
Yeah, where's the sphere, Lindsay?
Maybe.
You don't have to
Who
practice
knows?
sphere. You just know that there's two hemispheres. In the
But on your
arc, so it's
donut,
obviously
how
it
can you
goes
have
all the
a
way
sphere
around.
on your donut?
Your meridians. Plenty of meridians. Hemisphere. How else would you look at that?
Yeah,
Hemisphere.
where's your sphere on your
Yeah,
donut,
let's
Lindsay?
make up some other
How long's
bullshit.
hemisphere
Yeah,
been around?
I'm waiting for it.
What's the etymology of it? I don't know. But you can put your own thought into that. Right. Yesterday, did I go over this? Diameter, not it's circumference that I'm converting from the ball. Diameter. Two of these gives you the diameter. Pole to pole, you've got this. Two of those gives you the diameter of the flat Earth, which also matches that because there's two of these. 1, 2. Clear as mud?
No.
No.
I'm pretty sure it's pretty clear.
Not even as clear as
Nautical miles, travelling the arcs. Understanding the rhumb lines of Earth, the magnetic field lines of Earth. check out my previous video. I'll leave it at that. Cheers.
Yeah, cheers. What?
Lindsay's like eating dinner at McDonald's. Once you've finished your meal, you always feel like you're still hungry.
No. I feel
No?
like I want to throw up.
Yeah, well, that too.
I can't remember the last time I ate at McDonald's. I think it was under protest.
Yeah.
In fact, whenever we went out as a family, we always made sure that we went to proper restaurants. And I think their granny would take the lads out to the McDonald's as a treat because we just wouldn't. We said, no, you're going to experience proper food.
Yeah, we used to do the same. Farmers, we'd go to a little takeaway and get fresh sandwiches made rather than McDonald's.
Yeah. So every time we went,
better.
If we went to the cinema as a family, the place in Milton Keynes where it is, that's where they got like the ski slope, and the whole building's full of restaurants and all different types of restaurants. And there was a tapas bar, and the lads grew to love that, and they grew to love curry, and the youngest, he was very experimental. I mean, we went to our favourite Italian restaurant one night, and he said, "I've never had snails. What are they like?" Why don't you find out? Okay, I'll give it a go. He'll try anything at least once. You know, you don't get this if you just take them to KFC and McDonald's and Burger King all the time. You know, give them proper food. Let them experience it. You know. So he said, "What do snails taste like then?" Garlic.
They've got to hide the taste of the snails with a lot of garlic. Yeah.
Snails taste the garlic. That's because he said they come out. They're still in their shells. What do I do then? I said, "Well, I've seen what. Look, I'll show you, but I've never eaten them. I've got no desire to eat snails. Thank you very much." But yeah, he saw them on the menu. Said, "I'll give them a go." Okay, you're braver than me.
So what's this video with Mallory's Asylum with Professor Phil?
I don't know.
I haven't looked at it at all, so I've got no idea.
I'm just quickly skimming through it. She seems to be making comparison with him and Colonel Sanders of KFC fame. I have no idea. It all looks utter garbage, to be honest.
So
I think she's basically saying that Professor Phil is Colonel Sanders.
So who's Mallory's Asylum then when she's saying? Or she? It's safe to play.
I'm not entirely sure. Mallory appeared on... Oh, and there he was, gone.
Alan, yeah.
Yeah. Mallory appeared on... I think it might have been MC Toon's channel a few times. Possibly Fight the Flat Earth. But
they're not a flat earther?
Maybe, possibly, don't know. I think it's just somebody buggering about, sort of making a character for herself.
Okay, Wally's saying play. Stevie Bean saying it's fun. Mippet's saying it's funny. Okay. Well, we're getting the Peanuts approval out there.
Well, go for it then.
Okay, well, give it a play. What harm can it do? Unless Professor Phil sees it.
Sanders, mind-blowing.
Oh.
You take it back to the start.
It would be an idea, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Here we go.
A professor? I think not. What I'm about to show you is evidence that this man is completely someone else. Dun dun dun.
Now I know who it is. I've heard the voice before.
Is there a reason why this professor never published anything on YouTube before 1980? What was he doing in his academic career if he had no YouTube to show for it? Do you ever wonder why his first 6 videos he was wearing sunglasses the whole time? Or that this man
I
has
know
a
why
goatee?
he didn't post YouTube videos
Or that
before
his
1980.
that his videos are all has
thing.
this greasy smear all over on
Same
top
reason
of
I
it.
wasn't.
Yeah,
What
same
is he
reason I
trying to
wasn't.
hide? Do you know who else likes wearing 3-piece suits? 3-piece feeds. 3 plus 3, 33. Coincidence?
6.
I think not. Let's get deeper, folks. Welcome to Journalismnistic with Mallory. About the real Professor Phil. Dun dun dun. Let's take a
Is this
look
Team
at
Skeptic
Professor
using a voice
Phil's
changer?
catalog.
You'd think
Do
so,
you
wouldn't
see
you?
something in here? Does anything smells a little funny or good? Well, what do you see? Now let's take a look back. Pay attention to this man's writing. Look at that. Look at this writing. Same. Same. Now, if this is not convincing yet, we're going to go a little bit deeper. Let's take a look.
To this area at 127,000 feet.
Now pay attention to his articulation, his accent, and everything.
If it doesn't do that,
Well, he's Kiwi
at
accent.
127,000
What?
feet,
Okay. Let's
South
play
African.
this. Now, what I'm going to do is I'll play both at the same time. Take a listen. We'll play at the same time.
why should it do it at 150,000 feet?
And take a look at this.
100,000 feet. 500,000
The lines add up. Now let's stop this.
miles. 400,000 miles.
Now, I had a program where it had edited out his
Aren't we supposed to be able to hear the background video, but we can't? Which is weird.
speaking. And do you know what was behind there? You could carefully hear a faint sizzle sound from the fryers. Why does he have a whiteboard? Why is it a white wall? It's not a white wall. It's a white blanket. He's actually in the back of a restaurant of a KFC. Surprising, isn't it? Now, let's take a look at his maths. I had a trusted individual who calculated. And you know what? Bam! The 11th ingredient's secret KFC thingamajig. Now, 11 equals 33. Now, let's take a look at this tweet. Blow that up to smithereens. He's only 11, following 11. 11 ingredients. What number do you see? 33. Shocking. Shocking indeed. Alright, let me clear out the board and reshuffle my notes. Now, bam, his secret is exposed. And I'm not the one who already think about this. People are tweeting it as I show. And we're gonna go a lot deeper. Alright, I found this. Colonel Bill Gates, Colonel Sanders, Walt Disney. Do you know? And I read it exclusively. And here it goes. Bill Gates, right? He makes chips and put it into people. Who else likes chips? Colonel Sanders. Mind blowing. Right. You know who? And he's friends with Walt Disney. Right? Right. So, why did Colonel Sanders never
Walt
age
Disney?
after 1980? Well, Walt Disney deep freezes. Deep freezes, Sanders deep fries. So Cornhole and Bill Gates makes chips to get people hooked on KFC. Why? What is he brewing? Is it to get the ladies? The fame? What is it, people? What is he brewing? Okay, this is getting a little frustrating because the more I'm talking about this, it's just, I don't even know how to handle it. Is it for the power, the greed? Let's go more. And why does it say daddy? Huh? in different cultures as well, from all over. Colonel Sanders, Daddy. It really makes you think, doesn't it? All right. But then, why an army? What is he trying to tell us? Is something coming? Well, I got pictures where I found these articles, but while I was on the website, I think they caught my IPs and my VIPs, and a lickety split, they banned me from the site. But luckily, I kept some of these photos. It's quite revealing. Here's Professor Bill signing a top secret document with a bucket of chicken. His deal must be finger-licking good. Uncanny. Colonel Sanders or Professor Phil Bell. They're both the same. Get it to your head, people. But you know what else is uncanny by the resemblance of everything else? His glasses, the goatee. Do you know what Walt Disney was trying to put you in the face this whole time? Villains. Villains has fucking goatees, people. Alright? Now, take a look at this. This is the burning question. Nailed it. Anyways, what type of chemicals are they releasing? And what is he cooking up? So I sent a log to the lab and I'm still waiting on the results. Could it be the same chemicals that they put in the chemtrails? Who knows? But we'll surely find out soon. And I'll be sure to tune back to give you more updates. But 1 minute. While I was about to finish up this project, I went to Googling around and I came across this. Bam. Why? 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 Why is Colonel Sanders in a space doing space stuff? What does chicken have to do with anything? Look at this ridiculous fucking article. Can you eat the KFC chicken sandwich that was sent to space? You know else who likes space talks and all kinds of things and who thinks he's superior and everything else? Professor Phil Bell. Wake up, sheeples. If this doesn't convince you, I don't know what will. We got Walt Disney, who writes fan fiction and comes up with these space things. You know who else who writes fan fiction? Again, Professor Phil Bell. Sus. Sus as fuck. Thank you for your time. Boop.
Okay.
Right.
That was yeah.
It was, wasn't it? It was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Who can we blame for that video?
Who told us to play that? Oh, I
Yeah.
know.
Yes.
The bloody Peanuts.
Yes, one of the
They all
Peanuts
said
did.
it was funny.
Yes, they did. Now they have to explain themselves.
Yeah.
Oh, Jess says nice to hear something coherent after the last guy.
Really? You thought that was coherent? I suppose compared to Lindsay, it's coherent, but I still think that shades of grey myself, you know.
Yeah. Mix. Well, that was something completely different. Oh, Jesus says pure genius is the word you're looking for. Blame Canada, Stellarium says.
Yeah. I'll blame Canada. Yeah, why not?
So Stevie B says you played Lindsay, so payback, laugh out loud.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. Yeah.
Bloody Peanuts.
What a load of old trousers.
I better close all those tabs. I don't need all them now. Well, we're running a few minutes behind schedules.
There's a schedule.
Shh, don't tell anyone.
Okay.
Do you want to do a 5-10 minute tank?
I can do if you want. If you don't
Do you
think
need any preparation?
well, I've got a box of bits over there. I just as long as it doesn't put the peanuts to sleep. I mean, I know it's not everybody's
Well, it's
cup
only one
of tea, but
component.
I'll
It's only one component that you want to show. The
all
technical,
right.
the technical side of things.
Let me get my shit together.
As long as it's technical, I think the peanuts will follow along. Like just gluing two pieces of something together wouldn't be very entertaining for some of the peanuts. What else have I got? Because we're a little bit low in the chilled video department this week, but I'll grab the usual crowd for afters. If I can find any. While Farmers is doing that. Fight the Flat Earth did a debate on versus Kevin the Rotation Skeptic. That was round 3. Was that played? That only went for an hour and a bit. I'll grab that for after.
Right then.
Oh, yeah. I was just going over into the videos to see if there's anything after this.
Right. For anybody who may or may not be interested,
I'll make you bigger so that way people can see.
let me just get there.
There we go. You got full screen attention for the peanuts.
Right. As most of you, I'm sure, are well aware, I like making these.
It's
A tank.
a submarine.
No, it's a tank.
Ah.
It's the Russians built 2 of these just after the start of the Second World War. They like making big tanks. Now, tanks have tracks. Now, usually a kit will come with. Let's find an example from another one. Most kits will come with something like this: a bit of rubber that you wrap around the wheels, and that's supposed to look like a tank track. But most of them don't look like that at all. They tend to sag. So what we have are separate, I don't know whether you can see these, track links.
Yeah, the focus is good. We're just a bit bright for some reason. That might be.
How's that?
Yeah, that's a bit better.
So here we have a pile of track links. Now, this particular tank on each side has 110 of these.
Wow.
So basically, these have already been cleaned up. And what you have to do, now this is going to be a struggle because I'm doing it in the dark.
Well, we can see fine.
Fine. So that's 2 track links put together. Now I've got to take my glasses off so I can see what I'm doing. And what you have are lengths of brass wire. Now that's going to be the track pin. So just make sure that the hole's nice and clean. This is all 0.5 mil, 0.5 millimeter thick wire, 0.5 millimeter. You now have 2 track links that hinge, and you just keep doing this again and again and again
and again
110 times with another bit of wire, and eventually you'll end up with a whole series of them. Here's one I prepared earlier. Now you'll see that this all moves together just like the real thing. And then what I need to do is to super glue each bits of these brass wire into the links. And then once it's dry, you cut the excess off. And when you put them all together,
wow,
you end up. Now that's supposed to be 110 links. I've already tried it once on the model. There's 111. But the whole point is that when you sit it across the wheels, it will all it will sag, just like the real thing does. That is basically a scale replica of a real tank
Wow.
track.
And in comparison to using the rubber, it'll look more realistic then, in that way.
What do you think is going to look more realistic? That stretched around the wheels, or that will,
I think that one looked better.
it will concertina up, and particularly the Russian tanks, they weren't very good at tensioning the tracks. So when you see photos of all the old Russian tanks, all the links are all sort of sitting down on top of the wheels, because they really did get very loose. And of course you can see it will sag down just like the real thing, whereas these they're just crap.
Would there have been a mileage per tensioning type thing for some of those tanks, for how many miles they did, or how much usage, or when they were supposed to tension them?
Yeah, well, yes, and quite often they didn't bother because it's not a very nice job, and that's why a lot of the time you'll see that the tracks getting very loose because they just didn't bother to do it.
Wow.
And then of course, once you've done this, that obviously doesn't actually look like tracks because it's all bright and shiny and new. You've got to there's a fluid you can put it in, the burnishing fluid that will darken it, and then you need to make it look rusty in places. Has it got any dirt stuck in it? There's stuff you can use to replicate dirt, all sorts of things.
So what would be what would be the end color, like a grey, dull grey color, or?
Yeah. They quite often they'll come out the factory either black or a very dark grey, but they'll soon start to get rusty. You can get the very edges that if they've driven along a road, the very edges of the links will get nice and shiny because everything gets stripped off, all the paint, all the rust gets stripped off them. Depending on the actual tank itself, this one didn't have rubber on the outside of the wheels. So you'll get shiny patches on the tracks. You'll get shiny patches on the wheels where they're rubbing together.
What's the drive mechanism for the attachment to the track to drive the track for the model compared to a real tank? Has it got the same?
Oh no, that's actually. Let me see if I can reach. So there we go. That's a drive sprocket. I've primed this up, and that will.
And that'll drive the track. Okay.
Yep. That's traditionally how they were done. You had a series of teeth that engaged in the holes in each track link.
Would they have had a problem with dirt and clay and shit getting into the track for it to nearly slip a cog or whatever at times, or?
No, that tended to be quite self-cleaning. Some of the German tanks had, because of their weight, they had a series of interleaved wheels. They didn't just have one row of wheels. The Tigers started off with three. You had an inner set, a mid, and an outer set. So they're all interleaved and overlapped each other. And they had a real problem when they went into Russia. They had a real problem with mud building up and packing up and freezing solid in some cases. And on the Tiger tank, they used to take the first wheel, the drive sprocket was at the front, and the next wheel they'd take off so that the mud wouldn't pack up and get stuck in everywhere. But it was a real problem. The mud would get stuck in between the series of wheels because they're all so close together. But that was the only way they could come up with spreading the weight of the tank over each track.
Ah, interesting.
Yeah. But yeah, doing this, it's time consuming, but I actually find it quite relaxing.
Yeah.
But it does add to the cost. I mean, the kit itself, I don't know, that could be £30 or £40. That's another 30 quid.
And what preset colourings of the tank that's already there came straight from the packet before you've painted it? That tank you got
actually,
there.
That's the kit with no paint on at all.
Right.
They usually come in a fairly neutral colour, grey or a light brown or something. I have started to undercoat this, but my airbrush has been playing up, so. So that get an undercoat, then it'll get a first colour. This I think is going to be 3 camouflage colours on it, 2 greens and a brown, and then the fun begins, weathering it to make it look real.
Do you do that before you add all the accessories and final fittings, or do you wait till you?
No, they're already on there. There's very few on this. You've got the tools on the back. They you get sledgehammers, spades, shovels, that sort of thing. The 2 tow cables. That's actually copper wire.
That's not a design they leave the spare tracks at the front, because I've noticed some tanks have a spare pieces of track left on them. Or put on them.
Yeah, the most tanks, certainly during the Second World War, they put spare track on, A, because they needed to carry spare track, but B, they thought it offered an extra layer of protection, which it did, depending on what you were getting shot at by.
Yeah.
Because it depends on the actual round that's being fired at you. Having an extra layer of track sometimes makes the shell more effective at penetrating the armor. It actually had the opposite desired effect. And
did the track technology change throughout the war with the design of it because of the terrain and ground that they were driving on? Did they change it much?
Not really. There are 2 basic types of track that they use. This method, where you've just got a dry track pin, and then you get a track that you can actually roll up. You could do that in real life with a track, although it's bloody heavy. The other type that the Americans tended to use is what they call a live track, and all the pins are held in with bushes, and they actually tend to tension themselves quite well. They don't have this problem of getting all loose and slack, and that's pretty much what we use these days. But this design of track was used by everybody for years, because it was relatively cheap and easy.
Okay. So I believe that is a part 1 introduction to tanks.
Can do. I mean, what we might do is I might actually start another one from scratch and go through it bit by bit if you want.
Yeah, just a little bit. We don't want to bore the peanuts too much with too much, but as long as we get some technical aspects of it out, and if the peanuts had any questions, we're getting something. What are we getting?
I think they're just taking the piss, aren't they?
I don't know. Stellarium said this is making me want to build that perfect grade Unleashed RX-782 Gundam I bought last year.
Oh, Gundam. Yeah. I ain't really done anything with them. That's Japanese anime. What's the closest? Have you seen Pacific Rim?
Yeah.
That sort of thing.
Oh, one of them.
Big sort of walking piloted battlesuit things. I think that's what Gundam is.
Stevie B says the main problem I found is where to put them so they don't collect dust.
Well, yeah. And unless you're lucky enough to have sort of glass cases and display cases and things, yeah, dust is a problem.
Elmig says Finnish anti-tank method during Winter War was to wedge a log of wood between the track and wheels of a Russian tank to disable them. Yeah. Who would have thought this? Making tea takes less time than Farmer's Boy talks about his little tanks. That was from Dora.
Yeah.
Wait till he starts to live stream the build. Might beat PhD Tony. Laugh out loud. Oh, Scott wants to know if you've got an actual completed one at all that's actually painted.
Oh, it's a bit delicate.
You could say that one, you reckon? Yeah, we can see it. Yeah, that's come
That's
up.
a Renault FT17 from the First World War, and notable for being the first tank. Oh, I must have glued it in place. The first tank to have a rotating turret.
It did have a
Well, I just thought,
rotating.
that should move. But no, it doesn't.
I was waiting for the snap sound, like.
But no, this was a. There's actually a place here in the UK that's got two of these restored. First World War French tanks restored and in running condition. I've seen them run. But yeah, this was, well, I don't know, 1916, 1917. Little two-man tank, driver in the front, commander, gunner, basically every other job, stood up in the back. He didn't even get a seat.
Oh.
He had a leather strap that he could put across so he could park his bum on it. He didn't even get a seat to sit on. He basically spent most of his time stood up in there.
Standing up.
But yeah, the front drive wheels are wooden. They're timber.
Wow.
And you got a skid at the back. So if you came across a trench that was a bit too wide, then the skid would support you and stop the tank from dropping itself.
Into it.
Yeah.
Would they have been very nimble? Would they have been very nimble, those, for the size?
For the size,
I'm thinking of the engine capacities and power that engines had back in the 1910 periods, because we covered all that once before with engines.
Yeah, well, I mean, you think when they first started using tanks, which I think was 1916. How long had cars been around? How long had the internal combustion engine been around?
Not a lot.
You know, maybe not even 20 years.
Yeah.
So I mean, no, that thing could probably do 7 or 8 miles an hour, which at the time was quick. Might even been a little bit faster than that. I can't remember off the top of my head.
But they would have had the torque gearing set up for so they'd have power that way.
Oh yeah. They weren't built for speed.
No.
I mean the big British tanks I think we're all familiar with. You know, the sort of the big long lozenge shape with the track that goes all the way around the outside. I think on road speed as they class it, they could probably do 3 or 4 miles an hour. You know, walking speed. That's how fast these things were. You could walk alongside them when they were flat out. Put them across country, crossing, no man's land and trenches and things, 1.5 miles an hour.
Has anyone seen Fight the Flat Earth video? What's it called? Which says, click this video to see if Flat Earther get triggered because I asked him for evidence. It was done.
I've seen a bit of it.
It was done.
I watched it
11 hours ago. It's only recent, actually.
Yeah, he did it last. Did it last? I think he streamed at midnight our time or something to try and catch the American
any
movie.
guesstimates of whereabouts in the video we could jump to?
I've only watched bits of it, to be honest. I think the guy lasted about an hour before he rage quit.
Well, it only goes for an hour and 40 minutes, minus Craig's chat reading there. So if we jump to, I'd say we jump to about there, we might get a little bit of where are we? Okay, we'll jump to there, and that should be how fast as that? That's 31. Okay, we'll try to be a bit less than that. We'll go to 10. 10 minutes. Alright. You all good to go too, Paul, with any quizzes of any sort?
Yeah, I've got a hard quiz for you if you want.
I'll just wait for Mr. Farmer to come back. Just talk amongst yourselves for a minute. I've got to do something real quick.
The problem is I ain't got many. I'm not very good at finishing the kits I start. Let's put it that way.
Do they get too challenging, or do you just get bored with them?
it not the challenge. I'm now having to learn how to use all the stuff that's now available for weathering for making a tank look
Okay.
used. I mean, I've been building model kits for years, but they've now got. I mean, half the stuff I've got over there isn't paints as such. It's everything else. So you can replicate dust, dirt, mud, oil stains, all sorts of things. There's just so much stuff that you can use now to replicate all this, and I'm still learning how to use that.
So you've got so let me get this right. So to make it look used, you've got to fake making it look used instead of
Yes.
just actually using it.
Correct. Yeah. Well, it's because you're doing everything to scale.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
you've to scale, you've got to replicate wear and tear. You know, or whether the crewmen are climbing all over the tank, getting in and out of it all the time. Where it's being used, it gets scuffed, it gets dirty. They spill fuel and oil when they're filling it up. It just
So if it's a 1/16th scale, does it have to be 1/16th used as well?
I wish I was doing 1/16th. These are half the size of that.
Ah.
These are one to actually, I think they're 1/35. But I mean, you can put the kit together. You can get every detail right. You can spray it all up. You can get all the colours right, and it just looks brand new. It doesn't look. It doesn't look real.
It looks.
You know,
fake.
I mean, even tanks that have been used for a long time, and then they go and steam clean them afterwards, they still look used.
Used.
Yeah, you want all those scratches and bits and pieces on it.
That's the trick. That's the new techniques I'm still sort of getting to grips with. I mean, one of the ways they've got is if you want during the winter, what they tended to do was spray everything white naturally. That tends to wear off. So one of the ways you can do this is you can spray your tank up. You then put a couple of coats of hairspray over it. You then spray your white paint over the top, and just as that white paint has gone off, you start rubbing it away with a wet brush. And because the hairspray stops the paint sticking to it properly. So what you actually get is you're revealing the original color underneath, and you're making that white paint look worn and scuffed, because that's what happened. It was generally just some sort of whitewash that they'd quickly spray over the tank, and then it would get worn off again. And the easiest way to do that is to use hairspray.
It's like giving furniture that effect where people put a white coating over it and then they rub it back, and then you get the darker coating underneath to give that effect.
Well, that's the sort of thing you can get, or you can spray your kit up in the actual primer, the right coloured primer paint that they used, and the Germans tended to use a reddish brown, or not quite a red oxide, but a reddish brown paint, and then they'd spray, you know, their typical dark grey or their very light sandy colour over the top of it, and as that gets scuffed and worn away, you can see the primer underneath again. So that's a technique you can use, but using hairspray. But I haven't risked trying it yet.
Stevie B said I've got a shuttle half built. Okay.
Yeah, I've got obviously most of their tanks. There's a Ducati 916 motorbike up there. There's science fiction stuff up there. There's Luftwaffe aircraft up there. All sorts.
Biggest dog has said go play it in the garden for a while. That'll weather it.
No, that just make a mess.
Find a big mud puddle and drive it through.
Yeah, but they're too delicate. I've just spent hours and hours and hours replicating all this tiny little detail. Just go.
Drop it off the roof. That'll show some scratches on it if you.
That will show something. It'll just go boof. Yes, I'm trying to replicate a 50, 60 ton piece of kit that's, you know, it don't work like that.
No, it don't work that way.
Well, you know, Farmers, how you were talking about making the tracks with the individual little bits of wire and stuff.
Yep.
There's a guy here at a place called Cryle Castle where they, you know, like try to replicate medieval days and stuff like that. He makes chainmail, suits of armour and stuff like that out of chainmail. he takes a coil of welding wire.
Yeah.
And he cuts. He makes little individual loops around a piece of metal, cuts them, and then solders them closed after he's threaded it through. So he sits there and he makes each individual little loop and then joins it all together in a chainmail suit.
But he's only using welding wire because that's a different gauge than what they used to use originally.
Yeah. But it looks absolutely incredible once he's done, and they sell for multiple thousands of dollars.
I've seen a bloke do that on video where they were making that for the reenactments of those fights they do for hobbies.
Yeah.
Very, very. Yeah, it's time consuming, and you need patience.
Yeah.
Yes.
And a lot of welding wire.
Yeah, but I do. There are different ways of some of these track kits. They have the links, and then you do actually have tiny little pins that you stick in either side. And I've tried them. I just can't get on with them. Well, these particular kits that I use, you just get a coil of brass wire, and you just have to cut it down to sort of the right length. And each length of brass wire is basically the track pin, which in real life, could be sort of a half a meter long. And I don't know, 20 an inch thick. But yeah, it does time and patience.
I'll watch about 10 minutes. I think we can get away with about 10 minutes of this. So hopefully I got it at the right end of the video. This guy.
Do you have to say it's fake?
Okay, be a good boy or Santa won't come to see you this year. This is as fake as Santa, man. If you believe it's...
So you don't have any evidence, so you're just going to claim fake with no evidence. Brilliant, right? So your claim is now dismissed. Hitchens Razor says that... Hitchens Razor says that any evidence presented... any claim made without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. Your claim is now dismissed, right? So we're going to go back to you once again, and we're going to ask you for evidence that the Earth is stationary. I'm going to ask you a very specific question. Can you present me a measurement that says the Earth is stationary?
Well, I can see that it doesn't move according to the...
No. I asked for a measurement. Very specific thing. Do you have a measurement that the Earth is stationary?
Yeah, measurement is your thing. Okay?
It's reality. That's how we determine if things are moving. We measure them.
Hey, you always bring up Bob Noodle and Jeranism.
Yeah, because they measured the Earth's curve and rotation.
Bob Noodle or Bob Noodle? Noodle, yeah.
Yeah, again, no true Scotsman fallacy. You're avoiding the question. Kevin, you're running away from the question. You're running away from the question. The question was, can you... Yes, you are. Yes, you are. The question... Let me ask the question again. Let me ask the question again, Kevin. I'm going to ask the question once more, and we're going to see if you run away from it.
I'm gone.
Right, so can you please present me if you're going to run away because I asked for measurements of the Earth's rotation.
No.
So you can't present measurement of the Earth's rotation is what you're saying.
You can't provide a measurement from the Earth's rotation because...
No, I can. I'm asking you to say if you can provide a measurement of it being stationary. Can you?
No. You can't present measurement of the rotation because...
I presented two today already. In fact, no, I presented three. I presented three measurements of the Earth's rotation so far.
No, you presented a mockumentary made...
Genetic fallacy.
No,
not until you present measurements of the Earth being stationary.
You didn't present...
This guy's
I presented
terrible.
three measurements of the Earth's rotating. Three. No, three. I presented three measurements of the Earth's rotation. I presented three.
Okay, you want to keep repeating the same thing?
Yes, until you answer the question, yes. Can you please provide me with a measurement of the Earth being stationary, yes or no?
You're a clown.
Why? Because I've got measurements and you don't.
Now.
Because I've got measurements and you don't.
Listen to me. Listen to me.
Yeah, I'll listen to you once you provide a measurement of the Earth rotating. Off you go.
Next time you interrupt me,
you're going to rage quit, yeah.
I leave.
Okay, that's fine. I'll get a rage quit out of you. That's brilliant.
Look, man, okay? You're warned now.
Yeah, cool, brilliant. So present evidence of your claim.
Mute yourself.
No. And not until you answer the question. The question is... The question is, can you present measurements of the Earth being stationary? Why is that question triggering you so much? Why is that question triggering you so much? Why is that question triggering you?
What's triggering me is I can't answer.
Yeah, because you're not answering the question that I'm asking you. You're trying to avoid the question. You're running so fast. There's a Kevin-shaped hole in your wall.
Somewhere. I'm going somewhere with it, but you won't let me talk.
So, will you present evidence of the Earth rotating? Yes or no?
Afraid of letting me answer. Why are you so?
You're not answering my question, though, Kevin, are you?
I'm trying.
All right. Okay. Right. The question is, can you present a measurement of the Earth not rotating? Go on then.
You're gonna repeat the question again. Okay. Bye. Have a nice evening, man.
So you can't present evidence of the Earth being stationary.
What?
I'm waiting for you to answer the question of, can you present a measurement of the Earth being stationary?
Okay. When you ask a question and you want someone to answer, you shut your big mouth, man.
Well, go ahead then. Try and answer the question. Off you go.
Okay. So, you didn't provide any evidence, okay? What you provided. Are you gonna interrupt me again? Okay. You didn't provide any evidence. What you provided, okay? It's from a mockumentary, okay, made on Netflix for Mr. Everybody, okay, not for people who are into flat Earth and ball Earth, okay. It's for Mr. Everybody, okay, to prevent them from looking into the flat Earth topic, just like the Flat Earth Society. You know what the Flat Earth Society is? What makes you laugh?
Oh, that you're not providing a measurement of the Earth being stationary. That was the question.
Well, you're not providing measurement too. That's
I provided three. I provided three. So.
No, that's what I'm saying. Were you listening?
Yeah, you saying that it's on Netflix doesn't change the fact that it's still a measurement.
Yeah, that movie was made to prevent Mr. Everybody, okay, someone that didn't look into Flat Earth, me in 2015, okay, when Flat Earth wasn't a thing for me, okay. Flat Earth for me, I discovered it in 2016, okay.
Okay, can I respond to that?
That's the purpose. Yeah, that's the purpose. No, just a second. That's the purpose of that movie, Behind the Curve. It's because it's on Netflix. Everybody watch Netflix. Oh, Behind the Curve. Oh yeah, it's about that thing, Flat Earth. And then they see it. Oh, look at the Flat Earther. They disprove the Flat Earth. Ah, ha, 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 ha. And they're not going to look into it. You understand that? That's what it is. And why did they put Nathan Thompson in it? Nathan Thompson, I don't believe he's a shill. Okay, I believe he's a real Flat Earther. But
he's dumb as fuck.
Why did they put him there? Okay, he says the periodic tables, okay, the chemical things there, okay, and he bounces a ball on a maillet.
Yes, he does. He does.
I don't think that makes him look hot, cool, or intelligent, or I don't think he should do that. He should do that with friends, okay, not on a YouTube video, okay, and oh my god.
Sorry, it's just memes about Nathan. Whenever someone mentions Nathan Thompson on the channel, we have to put out the memes about him.
Yeah, because they put him in the movie because he looks stupid when he does.
He does. Do you know when he also looked stupid was when he wore a duck suit.
What?
Did you see when he wore a duck suit?
I remember that.
When he wears what?
He wore a duck suit because someone fooled him into thinking that he had to wear a duck suit to perform this experiment. Nathan Thompson's dumb as fuck.
Yeah.
Well,
right, so I would like to respond briefly to your rant about the Netflix show. Who cares that it was on Netflix? Who cares who made it? Who cares for what purpose? What's important is the information inside of it. And the information inside of it shows that Bob Nadell and his team of flat earthers over at Globebusters measured the rotation of the Earth. What you have done is you performed two fallacies. Wait, I'm responding.
Guys.
What you've done is perform two fallacies, right? Oh. You performed a genetic fallacy by attacking the source of the information instead of the actual information, and you performed a fallacy called the No True Scotsman fallacy by going, he's not a flat earther, he's not a real flat earther like the rest of us, how dare he try and say he's a flat earther. Two fallacies in one argument. Good job. It doesn't matter where it was shown.
Oh, Stevie B's got a good question. What's better, Netflix or YouTube?
It was actually designed as a documentary about flat earthers, but turned into a documentary because they're so stupid. What's important is that Bob Nadell used something that is known to measure the Earth's rotation to measure the Earth's rotation. And I have a video of him from a private stream he did with Nathan Thompson, turning on that gyroscope when it's sitting on the desk in front of him and still measuring the Earth's rotation. So it doesn't matter that it was on Netflix, because I've also got it not being on Netflix. Okay?
And because of that, you think we live on a spinning ball?
It measured the Earth's rotation, so we would need an explanation for it otherwise, yes.
Every star is a sun with its own path and planets and moon.
Correct,
and
yes.
everything rotates and
Your ignorance and incredulity is not an argument against things.
Okay, so you believe in that.
So,
I don't believe in that.
I don't care what you believe. Belief is irrelevant. Evidence is king. So, so you can't. You totally failed to provide. Wait. So you totally failed to provide a measurement of the Earth being stationary. Let's move to the next question.
When I asked you the other day, why are you targeting flat Earth? And you came up with the big speech, the flat Earth kills.
Yeah, absolutely it does.
Killed. Okay, and I asked you, why don't you fight God then? Because
I attack plenty of stuff. I attack plenty of religious stuff. It's fine.
What killed more throughout history and still killing more, flat Earth or religions?
Yeah, I debunk flat Earth because I use science for that, but I do also go and argue with people about God.
Why do you
are you listening?
So much what
are you listening? I do go and do that, but flat Earth is hilarious. Flat Earth does kill. Literally killed someone.
Well, it kills. It kills more than religion, eh?
I didn't say it does. That's a nice straw man. I also go and argue with religious people. It's irrelevant to this conversation. Right. Let's move on to the next question. So
that's very relevant.
Yeah. So you failed to provide a measurement to back up your claim of the Earth being stationary. So the next question is, can you provide me with any citation or experiment that would suggest the Earth is stationary?
Citation or experiment? Well,
yes.
There's a lot of them that I've seen, like the Michelson Morley or whatever.
That didn't show.
Yeah, there it is.
Okay, look. I've seen all the, the Aries failure and the
there's the other one.
First of all, the Foucault pendulum. It's a proven forgery.
No, it's not.
It's not. You believe in the Foucault pendulum? What else?
I performed the experiment myself. Yes.
Oh, you believe in the Cavendish experiment too?
I've also performed that myself. Yes.
Hey, don't let Blue hear you say that.
Experiment yourself. Why are you showing someone else's experiment?
Because I don't have a video of mine.
You didn't perform that experiment. And
everyone does this experiment in a physics degree. Literally everybody.
Yeah. That's it. Why are you showing someone else's?
Because I don't have a record of what I did during my physics degree. I didn't record everything.
Like there's no record of you being a pro mountain biker on the internet.
I mean, there's plenty of records that my mum's got all the pictures of. But again, your incredulity about somebody being successful in life is also irrelevant to this conversation. So this is what I'm showing you now is a literal measurement of the Earth's rotation. Yeah, I did a few. Yeah. Anyway, your incredulity about someone being successful in life is irrelevant. So anyway, back to the conversation about the Earth's rotation, which you seem to be trying to avoid at all costs. Kevin, why are you trying to avoid the conversation about the rotation of the Earth at all costs?
I'm not trying to. I'm just having a conversation.
Right, okay, so let's go back to it. The first thing you said there was the Michelson-Morley experiment. So, wait. I mean, I'm not a liar, but anyway. So, the first thing you said there, Kevin, let's stick to the conversation about the rotation of Earth. Kevin, deep breath.
Why can't I find a record of yourself as a pro mountain biker on the internet?
Deep breath, Kevin. All right. So the first thing you said there was the Michelson-Morley experiment. Could you please tell me what the Michelson-Morley experiment was and how it showed the Earth does not rotate?
Okay, we all know those experiments. Okay, then you're gonna say, oh, it's because there was no ether after all, and Einstein abolished the ether.
Yeah, I asked you a specific question. I asked you a specific question. Could you please tell us what the Michelson-Morley experiment... Wait, let me finish. Could you please tell us... Let me finish. Let me finish. Right, I'll mute you for a sec while I ask the question, and then I'll unmute you and allow you to answer the question, okay? Right, you're muted right now. The question is, can you please describe what the Michelson-Morley experiment was and how it determined that the Earth was stationary? Over to you.
Oh my God. You know the Michelson-Morley experiment. You want to
Yeah,
know
I know what it is. I'm
about
asking you to explain
Google
it.
Yeah, Google it. I Googled it.
Yeah,
Okay,
I also
know
Google what shape the Earth
everything.
is. I also Google what shape the Earth is, and it says the Earth's a globe.
Google it, and now you're gonna say it's because we were assuming there was a heater. But
That's what it says when you Google it. Yes. That's what it says when you Google it. But your claim, Kevin, your claim was that it shows the Earth doesn't rotate. So can you please tell us how the Michelson-Morley experiment?
I know what the Michelson-Morley experiment is.
Then tell us what it is. I'd like you to explain it to us and how it determined that the Earth was stationary.
By saying it, you know, I know. So if you want to know more, Google it.
You don't know what the Michelson-Morley experiment was, do you? You've no idea.
Oh my God, petit tabarnak, t'es un esti de cave, man, je déconne.
Yeah, so please can you tell us how the Michelson-Morley experiment determined the Earth was stationary?
Hey, with what I told you, you know I understand the Michelson-Morley
No,
experiment.
you don't, because you can't answer the question.
Many times. So if you want to know more, Google.
No, I'm asking for your determination of how the Michelson-Morley experiment showed that we aren't moving. Can you please explain how the Michelson-Morley experiment came to that conclusion?
The Michelson-Morley experiment. What do you want me to do?
You don't even know what it was, do you?
You want me to fuck up and say, ha, you fuck up. That's your style.
No, I want you to explain your claim.
You know there is failure, and you know the Foucault pendulum, the swing. We all know those experiments. We're into those flat Earth globe debates. So why are you asking me that? Why?
Because you just made the claim. You made the claim. You make a claim, you back up your claim.
You fuck up, and then you're going to say, ha, you fuck up. Okay?
Do your research. Go on Google. Brilliant. Right, so Kevin, you made the claim that the Michelson-Morley experiment shows that the Earth doesn't move. That was your claim, right? I don't care what Google says. It was your claim. So please back up your claim by telling us how the conclusions of the Michelson-Morley experiment determined the Earth to be stationary.
Okay, back up your claim that the Earth is rotating.
I've shown 3 experiments so far.
Your pendulum, eh?
Typical rebound questioning.
Reversal of burden there. It is lovely.
It's not science. It's not science.
I mean, it matches the scientific method exactly, but you know.
Oh, it matches the scientific method. I have to agree.
Yes, it does.
The Earth is a spinning ball.
It's a globe, actually. It's an oblate spheroid.
Why would we believe a pathological liar like yourself?
I mean, you think I'm a liar. That's because you're incredulous about someone being successful early in life. It's fine. But anyway, back to the conversation about the rotation of the Earth. Right, let's move to Airy's failure because you don't know it. Wait, Kevin, shh. Yep, calm your tits, dude. So the next thing you said was Airy's failure. Could you please explain to us how the conclusion of Airy's failure showed that the Earth doesn't rotate?
Have a nice evening, Craig.
So you're going to rage quit because you can't answer the questions?
I'm not rage quitting. I know
you
what
are.
you're trying to do.
If you can't answer the questions, you're rage quitting.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just asking you to back up your claim.
Let me talk?
Back up your claim, yes.
Let me talk?
Yeah, it's your turn to provide evidence.
Because
yeah.
I was gonna say, okay, you asked me to name some experiments. I did.
Yeah, and none of them show that the Earth is stationary.
Okay, whatever. Okay.
So there's no experiments that show the Earth is stationary. So just to confirm, you don't have any experiments that show the Earth is stationary.
Hey man, Craig, shut the fuck up.
So just to confirm, Kevin, you don't have any experiments that show the Earth is stationary. Is that right?
Shut the fuck up. Okay? Look, you asked me to name a couple of experiments. I named a few, like, okay, we all know this and that. But me, for myself, okay, I don't need experiments. I go outside because people today,
So you like pseudoscience?
like yourself, you live inside. You have your computer. Me, I go outside every day. You know what I do for a living?
I don't know. Give hand jobs at local bathrooms, I assume.
What?
Nothing. Sorry.
I sent you a picture today of me working. Didn't you connect the dots? I told you I was going in tall buildings every time, and I was going in mountains.
You just sent me a bunch of pictures and videos. I didn't really see what you were doing. I've no idea about your job, giving hand jobs in gas stations. I mean, that's totally your business. I really don't care what you do for a job.
I'm not working. I'm not staying on the ground. I'm going in tall buildings. Every tall buildings in town.
Okay? Oh right, you can use tall buildings to debunk the flat Earth.
I see the Earth. I don't need a calculation to tell me. No.
I bet you need a calculator for 1 + 1 = 2.
And it's curved. I don't need that. I can see it. If you get out of your basement or your garage,
I get out all the time with my family. It's fine. But anyway, so back to the rotation of the Earth.
You're not getting out, and it's the problem of your room.
I know I'm out quite a lot. Again, your incredulity about my life is irrelevant to this conversation.
No. Hey, no, your room. I was saying your chat room. Okay, they're all computer nerds on their computer, not going out, not seeing.
They're just watching YouTube right now, mate. Everyone in the world watches YouTube.
When they go out, they don't.
I just want to point out that none of this is evidence that the Earth is flat.
This fat guy never shut up.
Oh, okay? Because you are not answering any of the questions.
When you realize that the Earth is flat, okay, you.
It's not. It's been measured.
Once you go flat, you never go back. Then you're gonna
incorrect.
Tell me, oh, you did this flat earther that came back. Yeah, I knew.
Yeah, I've got an entire playlist on my channel of ex-flat earthers.
I just can't never finish a point with you. Never. I can't.
Well, you say if you say something false, I'm going to correct you. So
I'm not saying something false.
Yeah, you just said if you go flat, you never go back. But I've got an entire. Kevin, hold on. Let me respond. 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 Are you going to rage quit? Are you going?
He did that once before. Same thing. It's the same type of rhetoric, that bloke. I don't think he's anyone that you should be debating anymore, Craig. I'll leave that one for that. I think Craig needs to find some better flurfers to talk to.
There aren't any though. That's the
This is after you've scraped the bottom of the barrel and still rinsed it out, filtered it, found what you could find, let it dry in the sun. Well, hey Blue, I see you snuck in. We know he's there. Can't hear him breathing though. So who guessed it was Stephen Chu for your
I think it was John Rapp.
Okay. Oh yeah. Bob has a new quiz on Research Flat Moon. Okay, I'll have to have a look at that next time.
A new quiz?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, on Bob the Science Guy.
Okay. You should do his quiz one.
Yeah, I haven't even looked at that yet.
Yeah. So you're ready for a quiz, are you?
Yeah, we need something to calm our brain.
Okay.
I heard my name, but I was away from the mic.
Oh, was you? The derp guy in Craig's debate was saying that Cavendish wasn't an experiment.
Gosh.
Okay.
Yeah. What can you do with a guy like that other than just laugh at him?
Yeah.
But then you can laugh at other people who say they've done a Cavendish experiment with turkeys and chicken tenders.
What?
Yeah, you heard that, didn't you? Biodual reckons
No.
he's done the Cavendish experiment with turkeys and chicken tenders. And I can only imagine how he would have set it up. It probably, how they try to do Cavendish by hanging it from a piece of wire in the middle of a room without no shielding or anything like that. And I mean, you can't call that a Cavendish experiment. That's no way that's going to measure anything.
That's not that's not a torsion balance. There's another name for that. It's called a wind vane.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. So there you go. You've got people on both sides doing silly things with Cavendish. Anyway, so are you ready for a quiz?
Okie dokie.
Have you calmed yourself down yet?
Well, we hope so.
Okay. All right then. Where are we? Here we go.
Well, when
Question
you come back and sit down at your screens, and all you see is that. Oh, my word.
So it requires two answers for this question. Two positions. A holder of one of these two positions allegorized his post to the sun and the other post to the moon, claiming that the other merely reflected power and could not independently function. What are these two positions? Anyone know?
No.
No?
No.
Okay, you get another clue then. A holder of one of these two positions sent an inflammatory letter to a false monk, telling him to descend from the other position. What are these two positions? Anyone know? No, you're still none the wiser?
No.
Okay.
If it was written in English, I'd understand it.
You get another clue then. Rudolph of Rheinfelden tried to usurp one of these two positions from a monarch who walked barefoot in the snow for 3 days to submit to a holder of the other at Matilda of Tuscany's castle in Canossa. What are these two positions? No? Still no idea? No? An easier clue then. Holders of these two positions balance spiritual and temporal authority in the Concordat of Worms, ending the investiture controversy. What are these two positions? Archbishop of Canterbury and Father Christmas. No. That's not. Jez is kind of on the right track, but he hasn't got it quite right.
Okay. On the right
A holder
track.
of one of what two positions Leo III crowned Charlemagne as a holder of the other in 800? What were the two positions? Not two popes. Not the Romans in Avignon. It's actually positions that two people hold. Yeah, you're right, Farmer's Boy, but what are the names we actually call those things? Clive Wells has one of them. And Jezza has them too. It is, in fact, the Holy Roman Emperor and the Pope. So you were right. You were right, Farmer's Boy.
But they have,
the
specific names.
Yeah,
that's fair enough.
Yeah. Well done out there in the peanuts.
Okay.
Question 2.
Oh, God.
Here we go. The Davenport Q method finds one of these transformations that solves Waha's problem.
I'll stick to making model tanks, I think.
Okay.
Oh, dear.
Well, you've got to start with a hard clue. I can't start with an easy one.
See why not.
This process causes a superconductor to acquire a London moment.
Well, if you follow that train of thought, the only clue that's easy is the answer.
Is a London moment anything like a New York minute?
No.
Oh, okay. Didn't think it would be, but hey.
A London moment would be a torque that's induced because of London forces.
That sort of moment.
This process induces a phase shift in the two beams of light in a ring laser due to the Sagnac effect.
Yeah.
What is this process?
Well, we know what...
It's something that some people might be familiar with because it's talked about a bit.
Yeah, and a beam of light in a ring laser.
Yeah. What causes a phase shift in the two beams of light in a ring laser? Not magnetism, John Rapp, no. Not the Vox Wawa. Wybenger's problem.
Wybenger's problem. I think it's got more than
Boy,
one.
you have it correct, Farmer's Boy.
Oh.
Yay.
Well done.
I'm supposed to go to Steve Chew.
I'll give it to the Elmigs too, because I know what he means by that. Computationally, this process is often performed using a quaternion conjugation rather than multiplication by an orthogonal matrix in order to avoid gimbal lock.
That's easy for you to say. Blimey.
Yeah, say that 3 times fast.
That sounds something Lemon would say, right?
Yeah.
It's very lemonish, isn't it?
Am I in the general ballpark, even though I put it to everyone, my answer?
You are.
Yes.
You don't need to put that first word in front of it, Terry.
Ah.
Euler, Lagrange, and Kovalevskaya name the 3 classical rigid bodies and undergoing this process that have integrable dynamics. I think people have got it out. No. Inertial navigation systems measure acceleration and this motion. Objects undergoing this motion have changing yaw, roll and pitch, or changing Euler angles. Gyroscopes are used to detect what motion around a central axis? That's pretty obvious.
Yeah. So I was half right, but I'll just wipe out the other half of the answer.
Yeah,
that's
right.
Yeah.
Wobbly.
So who else got it besides me?
Hey, Clive Wells has just got it. It's rotation.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I beat you, Clive, but I was
Rotation
half.
a bit
I
fancy,
used another
yes.
word with it. So
Okay.
you could have cheated off me, farmers, because I said it to everyone.
Yeah, but I'd already posted it.
Oh, had you? Oh, so you beat me.
Yeah. Question 3. Chemical looping technology efficiently assists this task by recycling a fluidized metal oxide bed to produce a nearly pure product.
No, this is a chemical.
Oh, this.
What is this task? What is this process? What are they doing here?
What's the bloody word? It's
recycling a fluidized metal oxide bed.
Oh, for fuck's sake! I just can't think of the bloody word. I know what it is.
A Bill Gates-backed plant in Squamish, British Columbia, is testing a direct method for this task that starts by reacting its target with potassium hydroxide.
Is it something to do with that?
Not glass manufacturing, no.
I spelt it wrong, but I couldn't.
No.
No?
No, it's not smelting, Farmer's Boy. And what the hell is goulid?
It's meant to only have one. It's only meant to have one O and no I. I don't know how the I got in there.
Yeah.
Oil.
Ethanol amine solvents perform this task post-combustion by scrubbing hydrogen sulfide and this task's target from flue gas. What are they doing? Not making pure cocaine. Not inserting chips in people. No.
I'm no expert, but I don't think that's how you make cocaine.
That's not how you make cocaine.
No.
No. When performed industrially, the result of this task is typically injected into geological formations as a supercritical fluid. What are they doing? Not refining gas? Big Blue's got it.
I wonder if it's not. I'm going to spell this wrong, I suppose.
I suspect once we know the answers, I'm going to kick myself.
I spelled it wrong, I think. Yeah, I did.
No idea what that means.
It's supposed to be FR. It's supposed to be FR. It's supposed to be FR.
Not fracking. No, it's not fracking.
Yeah, Jezza
Pitlands perform this task more efficiently than any other sink on Earth.
Well, I wasn't the only one. Yeah, there's a few people said the same answer as I did.
That is correct, Farmer's Boy.
Yeah.
Farmer.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. Until emissions are eliminated, this task will be necessary to maintain net zero. Do you know now what it is?
Yeah. Can I spell it out first? I'm going to spell it
And
right.
we have a peanut that's got the right answer. Yeah. Name this task that removes the primary greenhouse gas from the atmosphere. It is, as Terry put it, carbon capture. But you were beaten by Judy out in the peanuts and Big Blue and Farmer.
Yeah, only because I can't type faster.
It's carbon capture. Well,
because I thought of that before in the answer. I was typing it out.
Yeah. Okay. Question 4. The engineer, Sonam Wangchuk. That's a great name.
That is a brilliant name.
Yeah, Wangchuk.
Yeah.
Everybody Wangchuk tonight. Hey.
Yeah, I was thinking of that song, yeah.
Has invented artificial forms of these objects to aid Ladakhi farmers in the summer. What did he invent?
Artificial forms.
Yeah.
I'm just going to make a stab in the dark.
Wangchuk.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Not oxen, no. How do you make artificial oxen?
I don't know, but hey.
Yeah, I know. I was going down the same track too.
Yeah. It's called a tractor, right?
Well, yeah.
Yeah. Packing pieces of these objects in coal and barley hay is the first step in a traditional ritual for growing these objects, a process also known as grafting these objects. That's a bit of a weird one.
Barley hay. The only good thing you can do with that is set light to it. Epoxy stuff.
No, you could ferment it and turn it into...
I used to hate barley. Oh,
yeah, I know.
Make it itch.
Yes. Not beer coolers. Why bangers? Artificial Vindaloo. The Epica project is one of several that analyzes clathrates in samples of these objects that contain trapped air bubbles. So what object would you sample that contains trapped air bubbles? Personal domes? No. Artificial close and local sun? No. Not ducks, Terry. No. not yeast. No.
The answer of duck's going to be one day.
Yeah. Continuous calculation of the mass balance of these objects, defined as the difference between accumulation and ablation, has allowed researchers to study the effects of climate change on these objects, advance and retreat, which creates depositional landforms. Yeah, depositional landforms like eskers and moraines. Now you should know what they are. That's correct, farmer's boy. Yes.
One of the few things I remember from O-level geography.
Yeah.
I just always stuck in my head. I don't know why.
I need a better word than ice, Chester.
A better word than ice?
Yes. Carving leads to the formation of icebergs from what massive moving ice sheets? That's correct, Jezza. Well done. And well done, farmer's boy. They are glaciers. Yeah.
For some reason, I've always remembered lateral and terminal moraine and erratic boulders. You've got to watch out for those erratic boulders.
Yeah. Yes.
All those years of geography, and that's about the only thing I remember is glaciation.
Question 5. A growing body of evidence shows this quantity to have time-varying risk premiums, contrary to the unbiasedness hypothesis.
Sorry.
So it's a quantity.
What quantity? It's a quantity.
Quantity.
Yes. A ratio of 2 of these quantities appears in the uncovered interest rate parity condition. What are these quantities?
No.
No?
No.
Okay, another clue. This quantity cannot be constant in an economy with free capital movement and independent monetary policy, according to the Mundell-Fleming model. What quantity are we talking about? It's not life insurance, no. It's not 5.33, no. Okay. Assuming sticky prices, Rudy Dornbush showed that monetary policy causes changes in this quantity that overshoot its long-run equilibrium value. What quantity is it we're talking about?
Come on, farmer.
I'll throw that in there.
Okay.
Not inflation, no.
Right, well, I'm stumped then. This is not my area of expertise whatsoever.
Neither am I.
Okay. This quantity's spot value determines the price of a transaction in the Forex market. Not interest rates and not inflation. Pork belly prices. No.
Oh God!
Okay.
What film was that?
After Bretton Woods, European countries managed this quantity in a fixed rather than floating regime with respect to the US dollar. Not futures. That is correct, Farmer's Boy. And I believe Jezza has the correct answer out there too. Name these quantities that give the relative value of currencies. They are, of course, foreign exchange rates. Well done, Jezza and Farmer's Boy.
And thank you, Dora. You're always there as my safety net, trading places.
Yeah.
Pork bellies.
I'll bet you $1.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Question 6. In a Christmas tradition, a giant straw example of these animals is constructed by the Swedish city of, I don't know how you say that. Is it Gavel?
Yeah, who knows? Yeah.
Mm.
A giant straw animal.
Yeah.
Oh, blimey.
What do they make out of straw in a Swedish Christmas tradition?
Don't know. Some of these countries have some strange traditions.
They do, don't they?
Yeah.
One of these animals lies half dead on the ground after its master defeats a many-headed army. Didn't take many clues to get this one. Terry's got it. Blue's got it. Who else has got it out there? The Elmig's got it first out there. It is... Well, I'll read the rest of the clues anyway. Along with Ecthenur, one of these animals feeds on Larida. One of these animals is accidentally harmed by a figure who later races against thought itself. The reason why I want to read out the rest of the clues is because it's a really hilarious one.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah. In the lay of Hindia, Freya is called Hydron to derisively compare her to these animals. And this is the one I like. Loki makes Skadi laugh after he ties his testicles to one of these creatures.
Oh, really? Really?
Yeah.
Aren't
Would
these
you
clues
laugh if you
censored?
saw someone tie their testicles to a goat?
Don't these questions get censored, Paul?
Yeah. Roskir and Thialfi enter a god's service after the latter consumes the marrow of one of these animals, which pull the chariot of Thor. Name these animals that outsmart a troll in the Norwegian fairy tale. The three Billy Gruff. Yeah. Goats. The three Billy Goats Gruff.
A giant straw goat.
Yes.
How bizarre.
Exactly. How bizarre. But not as bizarre as tying your testicles to one of them.
This is true. That is very strange and aberrant behaviour.
Yeah. 7. Harold R. Kaufman pioneered the development of a device for this task based on electron bombardment after abandoning a duoplasmatron design. What task was he trying to do?
So a device for a task.
Yeah, but it's the task that we're after.
Hmm.
It's not the device, it's the task.
The task.
Deploying an electrodynamic tether downwards while connected to a power supply lets it be used for this task. Not TV, no. Not a tea kettle. This task is performed by N-Star and NEXT, two technologies that use ionized xenon. What is this task? Okay. A quantity that measures the efficiency of this task is symbolized I sub SP and given in units of seconds. What are we talking about? It's not toast landing butter side up. No. Some people might know what that I sub SP stands for. The SP stands for specific. What does the I stand for? One design uses the tradition pressure on giant mirrors to perform this task.
Radiation. Pressure.
But what's the task? Because supersonic flows violate Bernoulli's principle, this task relies on nozzles that increase the width of the flow channel. What is this task? Okay. The Tsiolkovsky equation describes how this task is accomplished by expelling mass at a high exhaust velocity. That should almost give it away.
I know.
What is this task?
Yeah, but it's the task. That's what's getting me.
Yeah. Okay. What task is performed in space by thrusters?
Is it as simple as that?
Yeah, it is, Farmer's Boy.
Okay.
There's your picture clue.
Yeah.
It is rocket propulsion.
Ah.
Yeah. So some of those early clues were about more esoteric forms of rocket propulsion that they're investigating.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, because they're experimental.
Yeah,
they do use ion engines already, don't they?
Yes, but they wouldn't be forms that you'd use to like launch something from the Earth into space.
Oh no! They don't provide enough thrust.
Something that would provide a long-term thrust on a space journey or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
The task that relied on nozzles that increased the width of the flow channel was actually giving me a direction to go, but I couldn't think of it.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, I was pretty certain with that, and then Tsiolkovsky. Well, of course, he was the father of Russian.
Yes.
Of Russian space and rockets and everything else. You know, the Americans had Goddard, the Russians had Tsiolkovsky.
Yeah, exactly.
And then a certain German looked at all of that work and thought, "Yeah, I can use that."
Yeah. All right.
So who technically got it right out there? I think
I
Clive.
think the first one there was John Rapp with Clive. Yeah, with rockets. Yeah. Question 8. Okay. The problem of assigning these things is equivalent to finding an N colouring of an interference graph.
Yeah, whatever.
I'll follow that up with another clue.
I'd have to put my lemon bird hat on to understand some of these clues.
Yeah.
We'll look into that.
Yes. A reorder buffer is used to rename these things to implement out-of-order scheduling in Tonomasulo's algorithm.
Please don't. or I'll get Bev out of the box.
Oh, yeah.
Gosh, that's no help either. I mean, that's
so the answer is things, not thing. So it's
things.
Plural.
Yeah, it's things. What are these things? Yeah.
Okay.
What do you reckon, Squeak?
Yeah. What do you reckon, Squeak?
Yeah.
Give me an answer, Squeak. Type it to me.
She's not helping.
Oh.
They're not crayons, no. Read after write and write after read hazards occur when these things are accessed prematurely.
Well, at least we know what category it's in.
What category is it in, Derry?
Computing, then.
It is in computing. At least you're that. Yeah, you're right onto it. It's not hashing algorithms. These are specific things. I need a better answer than that, Jez. You're onto it, but that's not the answer. That's way too general. In early hardware, these things were implemented as a cascade of flip-flops, and they held operands for arithmetic logic units. What are these things? They're not self-correcting codes.
What do you reckon? Hey. Read what's on the screen. What do you think?
In C, frequently used variables are sometimes declared to be stored in these locations where they cannot be addressed.
Yeah.
Not CPUs, not pixels, not memory chips, not ECC memory. Not interrupts, Blue, no.
I don't know if I'm
These
going to...
locations... Yeah, go for it, Terry, what?
I was just going to put the generalisation if I'm getting warm or cold.
It's not the BIOS, no.
Not in there.
These locations occupy the highest rung of the memory hierarchy and are 64 bits wide in most x86 architectures.
I don't think it's Fleetwood Mac.
Yeah, it's probably a word I know, but I can't.
Yeah. Identify these memory units found on the CPU, which are smaller and faster than caches. There's your diagram. And we do have a correct answer out in the peanuts. It actually came quite a while ago.
Oh, so it's that
from
then.
Jezza.
So it has to be that.
Yeah.
Oops, I spelled it wrong again.
Not RAM, no.
No.
RAM
The correct answer was processor registers, or just registers.
Oh, registers, yeah.
Yeah, well done to Jezza, who got it first, and then Clive, who also got it. Question 9. Joseph Prusa improved upon a pioneering device for this technique nicknamed the Mendel. What is this technique?
Hey, Carl. Yes, you are a bit
Hello,
late.
Carl.
You are a bit late. Where's your late note from your mum?
Well, technically he's not late, because if we referred to him as the late Carl Edwards, he wouldn't be here at all, would he?
Okay.
Okay. The University of Bath's RepRap project centres on this technique. That project uses polylactic acid as an environmentally friendly way to create tools used for this technique.
No.
No.
No. Not clear.
Okay. Stereolithography is a form of this technique in which a UV laser is focused onto a vat of photopolymer resin to initiate cross-linking. What is this technique?
Is it something to do with...
Big Blue's got it. And we do have a peanut that's got it correct as well.
Ah.
Slicing creates a G-code from STL files in a common data preparation method in this technique.
Well, it's nothing to do with what I was thinking of then.
Ultimaker manufactures devices used in this technique, and designs for this technique are created using CAD and shared between users on Thingiverse. And we have more peanuts getting it right now, so we might as well say the answer. The answer is, as Dora got it first, I think, 3D printing, and Jezza as well out there.
And I just got it in before you said it.
And blue got it too, yeah. Name this technique in which plastic is heated and extruded in layers to create an object. It is 3D printing. Yes. And the last question. I made this one a hard one. This quantity's radial dependence can be too cuspy when modelling spherical dark matter halos with the Navarro-Frank white profile.
Yeah.
What is this quantity?
He's gone all lemon again.
Yep.
I have.
Yep.
Yes. Except if I was doing it lemon style, I would have to either start or end with, it could probably be.
Yes. And you haven't mentioned the vicissitudes of fate yet.
No.
Well, I've heard him used every single time he's spoken this week. He's obviously watched V for Vendetta.
Dust solutions to the Einstein field equations are characterized only by this quantity, which is the 0,0 term of the stress energy tensor. What is this quantity? Ooh. Waves of this quantity in the plasma of the early universe left behind remnants called baryon acoustic oscillations. It's not time, it's not dark energy. This quantity and pressure describes stellar interiors modelled as perfect fluids. No? A critical value of this quantity is needed for a flat universe. Jezza said, should I trust just copy Clive? Why? That's a decision you've got to make. I haven't commented on whether Clive's right or wrong, have I?
No.
An incompressible fluid has a uniform value of this quantity. It's not gravity.
No, it's not.
Clive says, yes, Jesse, you should trust him. Just says I'll go with that. Along with the gravitational field, this quantity is infinite at a singularity because all the mass is concentrated at one point. Give this quantity symbolized rho, the mass per unit volume.
Yes.
I got no idea. I probably know the answer, but
yeah.
What, mass per unit volume?
There you go, Carl Edwards. Because density is what Clive said.
Clive was right.
And Clive was right.
Yeah.
But you can describe it in another way too, because mass is equivalent to energy. It's either the energy density or mass density is the correct answer. So well done to Clive.
Yes. Well done.
Clive's going to have to get a prize at the end of the year.
I think so.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Paul.
There you go.
I mean, I'd already seen Clive's answer, but when you said an incompressible fluid, it's like, well, yeah, it's got to be density. But I wouldn't have guessed that right at the start. Not with those lemon birdish clues.
Yeah.
Fred Bailey's got it right. Well, that may be one answer, but we still have to look into it in the flat motionless plane. Oh. I can't stand that guy's voice. Not so you, Squeaker. Try to be on camera again. Why not?
Oh,
Very
we've got
nice new
Flat Earth
soldering
Fire.
station today.
We've got Flat Earth Fire compilations from Simon, so that's
I was having a
obvious.
moment the other.
Well,
Oh,
I don't want you to have a
as if
moment
he's having
just...
a moment.
Yeah, I don't want you to have a moment just yet.
Yes, my mouse should be about here. Everything has to move when the cat wants to come up onto the desk for a bit of fuss.
Massive stars that shouldn't exist may have an explanation. Okay, Anton. What else? Wally, Little Professor, a small debunking channel that I doing great stuff.
Oh yes, he's given a shout out to another channel. Bloody cat. Sorry, cat. Did I stop? Oh,
Nope.
Apologies. Where were we? Oh yeah, just.
I don't know who that channel is, so I'll do that little 1 minute quickie for Wally.
Clive.
Oh, Clive's got an idea.
You've already sat through that.
You already played that, Clive.
You played that earlier.
What?
Yeah, well, you missed out on that. You were
Shit,
late.
why didn't you wake me up?
Well, how am I supposed to wake you up? I didn't have a big enough stick.
God damn.
I asked everyone, I said, what time does Blue wake up? It was nearly 6 o'clock your time. I thought he should be out of bed by now.
Well, I'd already been out of bed and went back. That's the problem.
Oh. What's this one? This might be to do with SE Montreal. Why we can't see the moon during a new moon during through a solar filter or something.
Well, he's the only person I'm aware of who tried to film a new moon through a solar filter. I wondered why.
Well, the other part of it was he wasn't pointed at the damn moon.
Well, that as well, yes. So even if he could have been able to see the moon, he couldn't because he wasn't looking at it.
Yeah.
It's like leaving your lens cap on and then saying, I can't see anything. Well, no, of course you can't.
Didn't he retract it or something, SE, because of all that?
They did have a bit of a discussion on GeoServer because they've both put out a video about it. And I think eventually SE grudgingly admitted that maybe it wasn't his finest moment and he might need to rethink it a bit. But it was like trying to get blood out of a stone.
Blue brought out, that's on the 17th. That was Thursday.
Ah, that's part 2 on our favourite Irishman, isn't it?
Yeah, I'll grab that.
Yes.
To be sure.
It's Brian part 2.
Yeah.
God.
Hey, Brian, how wrong could you be?
I'd like a bit of a video excerpt of SC Montreal's the clips thing, solar filter stuff, but I haven't got anything anywhere.
No, the Elmigs, the cat isn't called Farmer's Cat. I'm sorry.
No, that's all.
Yes, Carl, that is Squeak. The cat that's one of the 2 cats I've got. That's Squeak, the upstairs cat. Her sister Bubble stays downstairs mainly because they don't like each other.
Right. Okay, that's all I've got so far. Unless anyone else has got a suggestion, I've only got what I can find over in my Discord and show you shit.
It's not too much. It's been happening since blimey, since Wednesday. Well, this week really.
Yeah. Oh. Stay there. We've got that. Got that. Got that, and we got that. Yeah, okay, that's not a bad little, just a little line up to do us. We don't want to be here all night.
Yeah.
Is Riley still doing stuff? Because I don't ever hear anything about him anymore.
I don't think he does much in the way of videos. I think he's just generally participating in various streams and servers.
He's still on Nathan Oakley's though, isn't he?
I presume so. I don't know. I don't watch Oakley. He crops up in various Discord servers, and you'll see him posting in the comment sections on YouTube videos, usually coming to the defense of somebody else and telling people how thick they are, and the usual.
And Cat's comfortable now.
Well, yeah, but it's half my bloody desk on. I have to move everything out of the way to make room for it. Really. It's like when I'm actually working and there's papers everywhere, and it's like, no, Squeak, you can't come up here. But
just turn the cat into a mouse.
Yeah, you're happy, aren't you?
Oh, Microraptor.
Hello, Micro.
Yeah, you lost your spanner. I'll give it back to you.
Long time no see.
Yeah, I'll give it back to you. You didn't lose
it
on purpose.
I haven't spoken to Micro for, I don't know, 13, 14 hours maybe.
Yeah.
She was in Pipstream last night. Yeah.
Elmick said, I think Riley's left them making his stupid videos for Raichi.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed, Micro. This now that Squeak's here, it's her desk.
Yeah.
She's got two double beds in this house, one of which is mine and one of which is the spare. That's her day bed.
So who did this? Oh, Earth is Life. That's B-Ball, isn't it? Earth is Life.
Yes. Yeah. He just rebranded himself a while back.
I don't know what he's done here. Why we can't see only goes for a few seconds.
Yeah, it is just a little demo.
Oh, okay. External light through a solar filter, right? Simulating the eclipse.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, notice how you couldn't see the ball that he was holding with the solar filter on, which is what SC's argument was.
But SC and several others, when they're having this argument in GeoServer, they seem to be struggling with the concept of we can't when it's a new moon, or more particularly a solar eclipse, why can't we see the moon? Because they can't get their heads around the fact that all the light is landing on the side of the moon that we can't see. That's why we can't see the bloody moon, and more so because it's an unlit. We're seeing the unlit side of an object that's in front of the sun. So the sun being so bloody bright, that's another factor why we can't see anything of the moon itself. All we see is the silhouette. And Earth is Life was using an example of, say, car headlights coming towards you when they're on full beam. And if something steps out in front of it, you can barely see what it is because the light source is so bright.
I think I was there with one of them conversations about the deer or an animal or person.
Yeah, that's right. And you come in at the end. Yeah, this is on Beeble's videos about an hour long, and they just couldn't get their heads around the fact that you can have something that's lit up by the sun, but you can't see it because you're on the other bloody side. I mean, that's what a solar eclipse is. The moon's passing in front of the sun, and all we see is that black outline because that side hasn't got any light falling on it, and they can't process that. They can't think in 3D.
No.
And at the end, I think SE was still maintaining that in a solar eclipse, you're not seeing the moon, you're seeing the shadow of the moon.
It'd be like trying to read the
It's-
car's number plate in front of the headlights with the filter on.
Yeah, well, of course, all you can see is the headlights. So you can't see anything else, can you?
No.
You can't see the car, let alone make out detail like the number plate.
Yeah, where's the car?
And of course, what you're actually doing is squinting and swearing at the silly bugger. Why hasn't he dipped his lights? I'm blind. I can't see a thing. Yeah, but they just can't grasp the concept that you've got something in front of the sun that's giving off all this light, and you can't see it. And I just don't know how they fail to work it out. Then I guess that's probably one of the varied reasons why I'm not a flat earther.
Flat Earth live debunk of S Montreal Flatsoid and Brian's Logic solar filter moon from Lockie Fish Mars.
Oh yeah,
that goes for 17 minutes. That might be it. If that's to do with the solar filter thing. Okay, I'll move it.
Yeah, I think so. I don't know what I've seen this one.
That's in Dora posted it. Just have a quick scroll through that. While you're watching that, I'll play a minute of Wally's thing.
Okay.
G'day everybody, where's Wally here? Well, today this is going to be a short one. This is one of the other fun things I love to do. I love to find a small channel that's doing really great stuff and give them a shout out. Now it reminds me of the time when I first got a few shout outs, and that was a real rush. So this guy, Little Professor, well, he's been slapping Adam around a bit, which I thoroughly approve of. And for that, I definitely want to give him a shout out. And not because of this bit over here, no, definitely not that at all. So anyway guys, I guess there's not much else left to say except go and click the link over here and go and watch his video on Adam. It's very, very good. I'm actually a little bit jealous. And give him a click and a like and definitely a subscribe. And let's see if we can get his numbers well out of that little sub 100 zone. Thanks guys. Enjoy your day.
Okay.
Oh yes, indeed. I did go and subscribe to his channel. I just haven't got around to watching the rest of his videos yet.
Have we got a link? Yeah, here we are. Here's the link for it.
Yeah, there's a link.
I'll grab the link. Copy. Paste. That's the Little Professor's channel. These guys out there. I'm already I haven't subscribed to it yet, so I'll just open it up on my end. I'll give him a sub.
Oh, it did him some good because I think when Wally put that out, I don't think he'd got 100 subscribers.
Well, he's got 356 now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
that was quick.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Right. This Loki fish one, I think from what I can see of it, it's him actually going out and setting up his telescope in his back garden and trying to film a new moon through a solar filter.
Oh, the link doesn't work. Okay,
that still doesn't even get close to Riley's stupidity of trying to see stars through a solar filter.
Oh, I mean, what does a solar filter cut out? Is it something like 98% of the light or something?
Yeah. But then his explanation of we're only seeing these stars through the solar filter because they're stars that haven't been discovered yet. I mean, what?
Oh, dear.
Okay, try this link and see if it works better. Let me know if that one works.
That's so wrong it's not even wrong, you know.
I know.
That one should work. That's the actual URL from Little Professor's channel, so see if that one works. Just wait for the peanuts to try that one.
Make sure it does. Let's see if it does go where it's supposed to. Yes, it does. Yeah, right. That's cool. That link works.
Yeah, I copied it off Wally's thing. It should have worked off there. So is this one okay to watch, or?
I guess so, but I think you might find it a bit long for what he's doing.
Yeah, live debunk of it. Yeah. Yeah, I thought I might find something a bit more shorter and with SE in the background. Oh, you'd have to get recordings of that or something. That was mainly done on Discord, so.
Yeah, but the one that you're on about that you was in, Beeble put out a video of that a couple of days ago. I think it's just about an hour long. His recording of the conversation, because Essie put out a video first, and then I think the next day, Beeble put one out as well.
Oh, so I should have went on his channel. Found it then.
Yes. Hang on, let me scroll back a couple of days ago.
I can't find it there. Where's history? That one. Time is it? What's his channel called again?
Earth is Life. He put it out 2 days ago.
It's about whether you should.
I don't know. It's not coming up in my history. I just showed it.
Hang on, I'll put the link in any other vids.
Yeah. So I'm trying to go through it that way. Lakey fish can be summarised by looking at it from 5 to 8.
All right.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I froze the panel for a minute. Yeah, I'll stop the share that way. It'll bring you back.
I was going to say, Squeak bailed out ages ago.
Where'd you put?
I put it in any other vids.
Yeah, I got
it. That's
cool. The actual one.
That's the actual one, but that is that's not gonna. It's 50 minutes long. So
the debate's about.
Yeah, we don't need to play the whole 50 minutes.
No.
Just trying to think whereabouts we could get up from. It looks like there's a bit in the middle where we've got the actual. Somebody shared a screen, so I think Eggshells might have shared some screens of solar filter in that area.
Possibly, I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking that might be a good spot to just use that spot. Because that runs for about 10 minutes, that bit.
Yeah, sorry guys, the cat bailed out.
So we'll go from there.
Oh, she's laying down on the landing.
We'll see if we can go to that bit there.
Wow, look at that.
Wow, look at that. Where'd the moon go?
Look at that,
Montreal.
guy.
Disappeared.
Where'd the moon go?
Where'd the moon go? Oh my goodness.
Wow, I'm sold, man. Hey, I'm a believer.
Look, there it is again. There's the moon. Oh, whoa. There it is. It's still there. You just look at the moon.
You know that bro.
Okay. Now can we see this with actual footage?
So go ahead, Montreal, post your video.
You're saying it's actually happening.
Hell, that's on you, bro. Are you kidding me?
You filmed it. Let's see it. You filmed it. And I just showed you exactly how it works on the
It's the
model.
real thing now.
Let's see it. Go ahead, post it. We'll all look at
He
it.
wants to use your footage as proof in Montreal.
Can you believe this guy?
But, I mean, you guys believe that's not what happens during a solar eclipse?
He asked me.
Yeah, Montreal is contending it.
Really? What about you, Paseng? Do you think that isn't what happened? Have you guys never seen solar eclipses with your guys?
He was asking.
No, I believe
the
this
video,
moon does go in
He was asking the question why he can't see the moon
B-ball, the real stuff now, please. Don't backtrack. Everybody's listening.
You said, how come I can't see the moon? And it's supposed to be a new moon, right? You said,
No,
it's
I
a new
said
moon.
during the eclipse.
How come I don't see the moon, which is supposed to be in front of the sun?
You guys hear the backtracking now?
Who's
Everybody's
backtracking?
hearing it, right?
Who's backtracking?
That
Sounds
is
exactly
what
the
you
same as how it started.
That is what you asked. Like he's not lying.
Riding on eggshells has my video. There it is.
Let me see.
So hold on, I have a question, Earth is Life. If you're not in the path of totality, can you see the moon then?
No, you can't see it.
Why not?
Because you're looking at the sun.
I know, but if you're not in the path of totality, it's not going to be really dark, right?
Especially, well, think about this. Can you sometimes, like, when the sun is, when you're looking directly at the sun, it's the brightest thing in the sky. So you're not going to see anything else but that, especially something that doesn't emit any light.
Okay, can you, before you like move on to the footage, can you switch the position to be outside of the path of totality, and we'll see how it looks?
Let me see. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, go down to Australia.
Yep, give me a second.
Because there, I imagine you might get a bit of a
some reflection,
bit of a sliver of it. Yeah, you should get some edge, I would have thought.
Well, I mean, there is.
You're backing down. Earth is Life. You're backing down from our conversation. Let's be clear now.
No,
he's trying to cut in here. Are you backing down from our conversation, Earth is Life?
Backing down from what? We're still on the same thing, bro.
Well, okay, so now you showed us what you believe in a CGI. Now you said you were going to show it in real life. Can you please do that?
He will right after this brief interlude.
You have the footage, don't you?
As long as we know we're in a brief interlude, no problem.
You filmed it. Now, can we see the moon? No, we can't see it. Look.
Is that acceptable percentage? What he's doing? Because I can't.
I just want to see how it looks from outside the path of totality, Montreal.
Sorry?
You can't see it.
I said I want to see how it looks from outside of the path of totality.
Look, you can't see it.
Yeah, so, but you do realize the question I asked him, right?
Oh, so you won't see any eclipse whatsoever at all?
No.
Not even a sliver?
No.
Okay. What if
especially if you're looking through a solar filter that blocks 99% of the light from the sun.
Yeah.
Now, why would you expect to see the light from the moon? Well, the moon, which doesn't emit any light at all.
Yeah, I'm kind of confused. What was your position on this, SE? Because it sounds like Earth is Life is describing it well. When I've got your video open, it sounds like you're saying I don't see the moon.
Yeah,
what is your position that you should see?
Yeah, I tell you. My position was they say that it's blocked because of the glare of the sun, correct?
That's exactly what it is.
Exactly. So I figured we can put a solar filter and just see what's going on. See, maybe we can spot something. Maybe the side of it, as it's like it's 5 degrees.
Can I try and say this? What you're saying is if it's blocked by the glare of the sun, if I use a solar filter to block the glare, now I should be able to see the moon, is your reasoning?
No. Yeah. I was hoping I could see the sun, maybe just a sliver from the edge. Because it's 5 degrees off.
Of the moon, you mean?
But it doesn't emit any light.
Yeah. And now that you don't see any of the moon, well, what does that tell you, SC?
Nothing, absolutely nothing. That proved nothing. What that made me think, what part of the whole reasoning in here is the eclipse of the sun when the moon. Now this is unexplainable. Forget about we just discussed this now. Now we're going somewhere else now, right? We agreed to this? We're not talking about the moon is actually right of the new moon. We're talking about the observation with a solar filter.
Look,
of
the moon is actually
the eclipse. Why are you interrupting me, dude? Why?
But what are you saying is impossible, SC? Like, what do you want to say?
During. Okay, listen up. Listen up. I'm going to be very clear on this, okay? During a solar eclipse, the moon goes in front of the sun. Yes?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. As it approaches the sun, do you see the moon at all? Ever?
I mean, no.
What do you mean by approaches?
How would you expect
to get in front of the sun?
Yeah, before
Right.
it starts eclipsing.
Before it
No,
starts eclipsing, do you
don't see
ever
the
see
moon.
the moon?
Why would you
No.
expect to see it?
Why would you expect to see it?
Yes.
The biggest rock in the sky,
That doesn't
4,000
emit.
mile diameter.
Okay, let listen.
Are you gonna let me finish,
What's
or
there
are
with
you
the
just
stop
naked
gonna
you right
lie
there.
to me?
Just let Esty finish.
Go
Just
ahead,
let
go
You
Esty
ahead,
asked me a
finish.
question, right?
Go ahead, go ahead.
Is he imagining you can see it with the naked eye? Because he hasn't clarified with. That's his,
This is what I
his
don't.
position. Yeah.
Well, this is what I don't get. That the side of the sun facing the sun is the side that's getting lit.
The side
We're
of the
seeing
moon, you mean?
the other side of the sun that's got no light falling on it. It's why you can't see it because there's no. Oh.
The side of the moon, you mean?
Yeah, that we can't see that side of the moon because the sun's on the other side. It's got no light falling on it.
But did you pick up on the bit where he imagines the sun a little bit closer to the moon than what it is, and we'd see a slight slither of light on the side of the moon, but the sun's not that close to,
Of course
to
it's
do
not.
that.
It's 98 bloody million miles away.
No.
Yeah.
Okay. The brightest thing in the sky, the sun. You have something approaching it from the side in front, right? The biggest rock in the sky, which is 4,000 miles across, give or take, whatever it is. You're going to tell me you're not going to see that as it approaches? You're only going to see a shadow?
Not with your naked eye.
And then he starts saying you're only going to see a shadow. You're not going to. What shadow?
Yeah.
Of it as it eclipses?
Because the other side of the moon is being lit by the sun. And also, the moon doesn't emit any light.
What about Earthshine?
You still.
Well, he's got a point there with Earthshine, hasn't he? A little, you get a little bit.
Yeah, but
of
the
that.
Earthshine is so weak that you're not going to see that in the glare of the sun. The only time you'll ever see Earthshine is in totality in the eclipse when you have no light coming from the sun. Well, you have light coming from the sun, but it's not falling on you.
No,
wouldn't see it.
But there would be like some light from the Earth, right?
Probably very, very faint. But I'm sure if you look up, you could probably find some. You could probably find some images of the moon during the new moon. But it's very, very, very faint.
So I find it interesting because most anytime I like backlight something, if I put a lot of light behind something, I end up seeing the outline or the shadow of the thing that's in front of the light.
Absolutely.
Yes, I would agree with that.
Depends.
But I would agree with that only when, like, I was thinking about if a car is driving towards me on the highway and it like illuminates let's say a deer's crossing the road. I will see the outline of the deer, but I think I only see that in relation to a brightened background. So what I see is blackness where the deer is, a silhouette where the deer is, and then I see light behind it. If what was behind it was pure blackness, I think it would just blend in with the pure blackness.
Don't you see you're making stories up to make up for the unimpossible? You think you can recreate that in real world?
Yeah, the unimpossible. That's a new word for the SEs.
But that's unimpossible. So that means it's possible.
So putting a deer in front of a headlight of a car is not the same thing.
No, it's not.
Blackness. Oh, hold on.
Sure. I think the conversation just goes on like that for a little while from here on, from what I can remember.
Like, yeah, it just goes around in circles, doesn't it?
Yeah. Now, the bit where he concedes that he could be wrong is the bit I'd love to get hold of.
Well, I think that's in this, but it's right towards the end.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't remember being on here that long. I can't remember now.
I mean, the other thing that gets me is, like, you quiz them about being able to predict a solar eclipse, right? And they'll swear black and blue that they're able to do that because of the Ceracycle and because of ancient people looking and noticing patterns and repeating patterns and stuff like that. Well, the Ceracycle's all about the position of the moon in relation to the sun. right? So in one argument, they're telling you that they can predict a solar or a lunar eclipse or a solar eclipse because of the observations of repeating cycles, and yet then they want to have it that it's not the moon that's going in front of the sun, but yet the Ceracycle is all about the position of the moon. So it just goes to show that they make shit up and then they deny it. They use their ability to track the position of the moon and predict where it's going to be in one argument, but then in the next argument they say, oh no, we can't do that. It must be something else that goes in front of the sun. It just doesn't make sense.
Oh, well, I'll put it towards near the end and I'll see if we...
Actually, it's really good.
Thank you.
Was it a digital camera, so it's CGI then?
What
am I doing on there? No, see, I just got here. I've just been trying to listen in.
Good to have you.
The debate's about whether you should be able to see the moon before it occludes the sun at a new moon.
No, well, are we skipping past the point where you can make up a model and base it on whatever you want and back engineer it to make it fit whatever you feel like?
Yeah, if you can do that, then
you
can't.
If you can do that, then go ahead, man. Show us.
I just think it'll break down under testing.
Don't understand that you can do that. No, because it will match the observations, right? You can make the sun go from one side and teleport to the other side, right? And you will observe the same thing.
Yeah, but
we know. Just because you observe the same thing as in the model doesn't mean it's real, right?
Yeah, but we know the sun doesn't teleport from one side.
How do you know?
Because it's always visible.
Because
it's always visible.
On Earth, because everyone on Earth, someone can always see it.
Yeah, that's correct.
Mm-hmm. So teleportation doesn't work. So we can throw that out the window.
Wait, why?
Because someone on the Earth at all times can see the sun.
But it disappears at one point for that person, right? At one point.
Yeah, but it's always visible.
So how do you? That's what I'm saying.
But before it disappears for that person, it's now visible for another person. One. So the moment it teleports, whoever was seeing the sun will see the sun simply.
You can gather. We can gather only if you do it in a chain. Then we can reject that idea. Otherwise, you see it at one point and disappear at one point. I do the same thing.
But it is visible in a chain because it's always visible for some place of Earth.
I don't know about that. Like I said,
yes, it is.
Well, no, like I said, there's a point. There's a point where there's no land in this model. There's no people close nearby, and at that point, you know what I'm saying, right? I'm gonna make the model big enough so that the sun is gonna travel to some place where nobody's able to see it, and then it's gonna appear on the other side. And there you
but
go.
Then it's already not matching reality because in reality it's always visible. No, it's not. If in your model.
No, I'm sorry, but there's places. There's places where you can only see the light, not the sun, though. Right?
That's not what I'm saying.
The Selenilian eclipse goes against your model, by the way.
We can talk about that later, but what we're talking about now is that the sun is always visible for someone. That's real life.
Models matching reality is what we're talking about, right?
Yeah, but you can't even explain a sun eclipse on flat Earth. So I don't know why you guys always want to bring that up.
All I know is that you're saying that during before and after an eclipse, or during any new moon without an eclipse, that the moon is there. In order to know that it's there, we have to observe it. So do you have a single video where we observe the new moon? Where we can actually see the new moon, even just barely?
I think someone just posted some images of the new moon in the chat. In the chat. Writing on eggshells posted some.
What popped up when I googled new moon, but it wouldn't surprise me if somebody's, because those are the smallest sliver I can find. There are some that are much bigger where they might just be using those photos to talk about. I didn't put much effort into that. Is what I'm saying.
Supposedly, there's one French guy has one. He has the record apparently. I forget how much percentage there is, and you actually see a sliver of it.
Sure. Is he using a solar filter at the time?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure, but supposedly he has some sort of filter. There's one I forget. It was a while ago since I looked it up.
So this would test some of what we're saying. What about Montreal? next time there's like a, waning moon, go out, point the camera at it so that we can see it, and then put the solar filter in front of it so we can see what we can see when there's a solar filter there.
No, I don't think you'll see anything with the solar filter.
Say that again, please.
Yeah.
I don't think you'll see anything if you point the camera with a solar filter at the moon. I don't think you'll see anything.
Exactly.
Say that again, please.
I don't think you'll see anything if you point the camera with a solar filter at the moon. I don't think you'll see anything.
Say that again, please.
I don't think you'll see anything if you point the camera with a solar filter at the moon. I don't think you'll see anything.
That's what I was trying to tell you.
So your video seems like it is pointing the camera at where the moon is with a solar filter, but you've also just said I don't expect to see it with a solar filter on.
No, this was during special circumstances.
Granted,
it wasn't the best experiment ever devised by a human being, right?
It just seems what's crucial for your test of whether I can see the new moon is that you could see the new moon, but by your own words, you wouldn't be able to see the moon if you were using a solar filter, which you were using.
No, not under these circumstances. No. Don't change my words. You just
so what's
told
different
me.
about the circumstances?
It's different because it's 5 degrees. It's very close.
To be fair, I think you.
Like I said, maybe I botched that one completely, and I'll take responsibility for it. No problem.
Oh. Yeah, we got it at the end. I was so hard trying to get me 2 cents worth in because the bloody time delay all the time with people talking. I go to talk and I get cut off all the time, and I couldn't get me words out. Because my question was going to be, if you put a solar filter on your camera and you looked up at the sky in the daytime, what do you see? Nothing.
Not a lot, I wouldn't have thought.
Alright. What do we got left?
But that has taken months to get that admission from SE that,
Well, how long ago did he bring up the solar filter moon sun thing? Was that a few months ago, wasn't it?
Ages ago. Yeah, it was. It was ages ago.
Ah. Well, I was a bit slow on those things. I've missed out on that stuff. Yeah. Okay, what do we got here? We've got the Flat Earth compilation 33. Does that mean it's going to be a good one?
Could be. No spoilers.
No spoilers. Oh, I didn't say anything.
The other day, whilst organising which Flat Earth fail compilation video I had coming up this month, I thought to myself, surely we can't be on episode number 33. There couldn't have been 32 individual Flat Earth fail compilation videos before this one. And then I remembered, I comment on Flat Earthers videos. Of course there was going to be. Hello all and welcome along to another episode of Flat Earth Friday with me, Simon Dan. And use my code SimonDan to get 83% off and 3 months extra free. Right, back to today's video, which is Flat Earth Fail compilation number 33. And we start with our old friend, Mr. Level Earth Observer. Take it away, me old chum.
Now there's rumours going about that several years ago there was an attempted murder on the International Space Station.
Really?
First I've heard of it, matey, but please continue.
Now I haven't seen the footage, but I figure let's go and have a look for ourselves. Bear with me. So I've managed to hunt down the clip in question here. We've got the 2 chaps in the blue t-shirts, the astronauts supposedly, and of course we've got the top boy himself, Chris Hadfield, with his favourite astronaut tool, his guitar.
And no explanation as to why Commander Hadfield is upside down floating on the ceiling.
But it would seem someone's not enjoying Chris's tunes, as the guy in the middle here with the microphone seems to go all psychopathic, it would seem. as he seems to start stabbing Chris Hadfield's head and face with the microphone.
Now, I'm sure you're going to make a relevant point here, Elio, but actually maybe not. We've seen a lot of your videos, haven't we?
So let's have a look at the footage just as it is, and then we'll zoom in here. And I must admit, when we zoom in and we see the delight that this man takes in sticking this microphone in Chris's skull, I have to say, very worrying. So let's have a look.
I can't see anything wrong with that.
Poor old Chris. Not a good day that, is it? Dear, oh dear. Let's zoom in. Bear with me.
Ah, I see what's happening here, Level Earth Observer. You are looking at a video artifact and you're attributing that to the whole thing being fake. Still no mention as to how Chris is floating upside down there.
And when we do zoom in, it does look like our mate here is literally trying to carve Chris Hadfield's head up with the microphone. And of course, he's having great fun doing so. Very strange.
Not really. The signal's coming from the ISS. It would actually be strange if there wasn't any data compression causing artifacts like this. Think about it, Elio. A perfect video with excellent resolution would be a bit sus, wouldn't it?
So has our mate here just lost the plot and decided to stick the microphone inside Chris Hadfield's skull?
No, he has not.
Or is there a bit of a special effects meltdown going on here? What do you reckon?
I reckon you're seriously clutching at straws here, buddy.
Special effects meltdown? Or psychopathic nutter sticking a microphone inside the skull of an astronaut?
An artifact on the video due to data compression. Not a hard one, that one. Moving on, we're going to take a look at Lucy Lemons, who has shared a TikTok from Flat Earth Goddess. Away we go.
Hey everybody, it's Flat Earth Goddess. I just wanted to make sure everyone knows about the Flatties app, which is an exciting new app that we've created just for flat earthers and people who are flat curious. So it's a safe space for flat earthers only.
So, an echo chamber.
And feel free to go on there, build your wall, post, reach out to me directly if you have a merch brand, if you have any awesome videos, especially those old ones that can't even be found anymore.
Yeah, so an echo chamber.
We have a whole section just for events that are going on in the Flat Earth community. So there's a lot of great stuff. We're promoting health and wellness. We're involved with Therapy Farms, which is an amazing, beautiful, sacred space, a farm with hemp and citrus and all kinds of amazing things growing on there. We're just doing some awesome events as well ourselves, and we also have Unify FE Fest 2022. That's going to be July 22nd through the 24th, so save the date. Yes, I will be posting more info about it. We're getting people on board, more and more people interested in being involved in the event, volunteering. I'm going to have tickets for sale on Ticketmaster soon.
Oh, what I'd give to be able to rock up at that.
But right now we're just getting everything tip-top order, making sure that it's all arranged for you guys. So get ready. Let me know if you want a tent spot, if you've got an RV or camper. We have spaces that we're going to have a whole teepee town, so you'll be able to just rent the teepee spot. There's going to be a glamping section with like the more upscale glampers, bigger tents for the bigger parties. It's going to be dope.
Sounds positively horrendous. What else you got?
They're going to have a floating tent. Y'all, I can't even, there's a lot of work to be done, but it's going to be good. This is the revolution for our movement. And the Unify FE movement is all about, no matter what our individual beliefs are, we all know something's up. We all know we got to get together. Start focusing on the solutions. That's the main thing that we need to do.
How about education? That'd be a good start, wouldn't it?
So make sure you keep following the Flatties app, Icewall Radio, Therapy Farms. Make sure you're on the Flatties app. It's a free download for Android or Apple. And just keep on the tags Unify FE, Unify FE Fest 2022. and definitely reach out to me directly if you want to be involved. So I'm just like really excited about all these events.
So I downloaded it and it's bloody awful. Looks like a 14-year-old made it for a school project. No danger there, so let's continue. Next up, we got a video from old Mitchell from Australia, who has a flat earth school, believe it or not. Away you go, Mitchell.
This is a simple observation anyone can do at home. You need a container, put water in it, cover the entry of the container, and invert it. You've just made anti-gravity water.
No, you've made a mini vacuum inside that glass, which means that the air pressure outside that glass is now greater than the air pressure inside. Couple that with the fact that we know about the surface tension of water, and it's not hard to see how we get this phenomena.
Or did gravity just have a sick day today? Maybe, if we put the mass of the water closer to the mass of the Earth, this will increase the gravity. No? How about we accelerate the mass to increase the force of gravity? Still not working.
All you've done there is expose your misunderstanding of physics.
I know. This is no longer the accepted theory of gravity for today. What we need to do is bend some space-time. Just bending a bit of space-time, trying to make gravity appear. Gravity just doesn't want to turn up.
It just makes you think that they're a troll when they do stuff like that.
Tell you what, if gravity were a person, it would be constantly unemployed, because it never turns up to work. What I'm demonstrating here is this very weak vacuum is stronger than gravity.
So what? I could have told you that. Gravity is extremely weak. We know this.
So if we see this very weak vacuum overcome gravity at its strongest when it is closer to the Earth, why then do we never see the extreme infinite vacuum of space overcome gravity at its weakest?
Because the air weighs something. The atmosphere has a mass, and a pretty large one at that.
At a further distance. But yet we are told by the heliocentric magicians the entire atmosphere is pulled down by gravity. Don't take any notice of the natural law this violates, and the globe literally being the only example of this violation and can't be demonstrated.
It violates no natural law whatsoever, Mitchell.
Well, I've got a magic trick too. I can use my wand to make gravity appear. Did the water just fall due to gravity? Again, this isn't gravity. If it were helium inside the container, it would not fall. It would rise out of the container.
Well, it wouldn't rise out of the glass if it was upside down like that, would it, Mitchell?
What we're seeing here is the second law of thermodynamics.
It really isn't. What we are seeing here is a flat earther playing with a toy magic wand on a glass, proving absolutely nothing on a beach.
And also, nature abhorring a vacuum, meaning nature can never allow a vacuum to exist. When the container is inverted, the pressure inside is slightly less than the pressure outside the container. The air pressure outside is pushing on the container from all directions. The higher pressure wants to flow to the lower pressure, but the lid prevents the higher pressure entering. So the vacuum inside the container is not sucking the water and holding it up. This slightly higher pressure on the outside is pushing against the lid, trying to get in.
Bloody hell, Mitchell, you are so close. Now apply that to space. Why would that vacuum suck if the one that you've got in the glass isn't either?
Yep. Vacuums don't
But when
suck.
the surface tension is disturbed, the contents of the container do not fall due to gravity. It is pushed out from the pressure rushing in to create equilibrium of air pressure.
Okay, and where does that water go after it's pushed out? Sideways? This genuinely annoys me more than usual for a Flat Earther video, because Mitchell is so close to a level of understanding here, but he allows his Flat Earth beliefs to impinge on that. Let's move on before I get really annoyed. Our final video comes from a channel called That Flat Earth Fellow, who apparently has a nice Flat Earth game show that he likes to do now and again. Let's see it then.
The first question is, in the globe model that we're all taught in school, how many times does the Earth spin in one day?
Easy. 1. Let's see if the general public know this one.
1.
Exactly. 1 for 1. 80% of people miss that, by the way.
Really? 80%? Wow.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, the second question. How far away is the sun in miles?
Depends on the time of year, but on average about 93 million.
Oh, that's what he gets you.
Yeah.
I thought this guy was going to come in.
Yeah.
Hey.
Okay.
That voice, I was just like, it's 9?
9? Are we allowed to Google it?
Sorry.
No.
That wasn't it.
What was your answer?
No, Mom, no. Don't say no.
You gotta at least
I
give
have
a
to make
guess.
I have to make a try. Don't do that.
It's right there.
It's right there.
How far away is that?
Let's go 500 million. Nice round number that's probably wrong.
It's not a bad guess, actually.
91 million. Yeah.
93 million miles away.
That's it?
Yeah. It's close, though. Too close. It was close. I'll tell you what. You got one more question right. You get it. I'll ask you the last question. You get it right. I'll still give you $20.
Generous.
All right.
All right. How fast does the Earth spin at the equator?
A 15 degree per hour drift.
Yes, get
Thanks,
in there,
Bob. Thanks,
Bob.
Bob.
Get in there. Oh, hang on. He may have been talking about linear speed, Bob.
Oh,
In miles per hour.
Yeah, he was. Bloody hell, Bob. You jumped in there and now we're frozen out. It's not funny, Bob. You've made me look like a right amateur.
Okay. I'm seriously. Whether you believe in the flat Earth? How fast does the Earth spin? Y'all gonna help me out here?
Well, we all know the Earth spins, right?
I know it spins. I
Okay.
just don't know
How do you-
many miles per hour it spins.
Okay.
No, it's like 5 or 6 though. No. Faster than you think. I have no idea. Okay, I'm messing up this man's game show. Let's.
It's all right. No, this is what we do. It's fine.
This is what we do.
No,
we go out and
no.
do this all the time.
We do it all the time.
That nobody knows. Something we think about. Okay.
No, this is what they taught us in school.
They did?
Yeah. These are all fifth grade
They
questions.
did?
You knew the answer. It's 1,037 miles an hour.
Are you googling it? Are you looking at your
No.
phone? She's looking at her phone. You know how long it's been since I've been in 5th grade?
Okay, so they've made their point here, and they'll go on to say, but can you feel that spin or some other hogwash? The trouble is, I can't be there every time they want to play their silly game. Okay, perhaps this one is a lost cause, but it does give me a bit of an idea though. Right, well there we go, another Flat Earth Fail compilation all done and dusted. A lovely one, that one, wasn't it? Thank you so much for watching, it truly is appreciated. If you enjoyed it today, please do consider subscribing to the channel. As I said before, we're very close to 500,000, and there are, as I said at the beginning, another 32 Flat Earth Fail compilations to check out, so please do check them out. If you really enjoyed it, of course, then you can hit the like button as well.
Simon
Thank
Dan
you.
wasn't-
Just enough time to once again
That's
thank
all right.
Surfshark for sponsoring today. Remember, visit surfshark.deal/SimonDan and use my code SimonDan to get a whopping 83% off and 3 months extra free. I have been Simon Dan. Have yourselves a great weekend, and I'll see you all on Tuesday for the return of Facebook Science. See you then.
Facebook Science.
I remember when he was such a little channel.
Oh yeah, yeah. They featured a Pratt with a gate.
Yeah, that shot him up. Not shot, shot him up.
Shot.
Yeah. Okay, looks like we're going to have to finish off on Blue's video. Can we play your video, Blue? I say that's a yes.
Give him a nudge.
Shh, shh. Don't tell him. Don't tell him.
Okay.
Well, hello everybody. Welcome to Blue Marble Science. Are you ready for some more of the worst explanation of how airplanes fly ever by Brian's logic?
No.
Well, welcome to part 2. Warning: severe facial and monitor damage alert is in effect. Get out those oven mitts. Push the monitors way back out of punching range. Let's light this dumpster fire and have some fun. Let's see where Brian left off.
The pilot must change and control the pitch angle in accordance with the airspeed. So when flying fast, the airplane must have its nose pushed down to stop the positive lift from creating an upward stall due to too great of a pitch angle upwards. And when flying slow, the pilot must keep a high pitch angle as there is less thrust being imparted, so raising the pitch angle will create positive lift and keep the airplane in the air. Moving fast creates lift, so less pitch angle is necessary. More important is the control of the lift when flying fast. But moving slow doesn't create as much lift, so a higher angle of attack is necessary. So the basic rule is more thrust, less pitch, and less thrust, more pitch. Okay.
Brian is still confused about the relationship between lift, weight, thrust, and drag. So let's see if we can help him out. Brian, you said more thrust, less pitch, less thrust, more pitch. Well, let's see how that works in an airplane that's climbing. If we start in level flight and increase the thrust, we now have more thrust than we have drag. We've got to add the aft component of weight to make up for the drag that's missing. And the only way we can do that is to change the pitch of the airplane. Now, the angle of attack hadn't changed. We're flying at a constant airspeed, but our pitch angle has increased. So in this case, more thrust, more pitch. What happens in a descent? At constant airspeed, when we take the thrust away, we still have drag, so we need a forward component of weight. The only way we get that is by reducing the angle of pitch. In this case, less thrust, less pitch. In level flight, if we want to maintain our altitude and we increase the thrust, we need to reduce the pitch and the angle of attack. This is going to cause the plane to fly faster. If we want to reduce the thrust, we have to get more lift by increasing the angle of attack. And that, of course, will slow the airplane down. Think about it this way. Pitch controls airspeed, and power controls altitude. That's something you'll hear pretty much every pilot say.
Second now. Okay, so this is a basic indicator. I'm just going to make it a bit bigger now. So this is a basic indicator. This is not just pitch though. There is an angle of attack indicator, but this is for banking and other things. This white line here, this is the horizontal, right? This is the baseline horizontal. The orange dot and the two orange lines here, they represent the aircraft, and these are the wings. So when the aircraft is pitched above horizontal to fly horizontally, as it has to be, to fly horizontally, an aircraft has to have the chord line of the wings pitched above horizontal. So during flight, these orange lines will be slightly above this white line. So you could say if this was 5 degrees pitch here, which it is shown to be, you would probably have these orange lines about maybe halfway or a bit over between this horizontal line here and this 5 degree line here. And that's where it would be for the majority of it would stay within that parameter while at cruising altitude all the time. So regardless of the length of the flight, that is, as long as the plane is at cruising altitude, the orange lines, as long as the plane is flying, basically, once it's not taking off or landing, it'll be between those two parameters that these orange wing lines here will be, because that's where it has to be. To fly in a horizontal fashion, the airplane has to have the chord line of the wings above horizontal. That's just the dynamics of flight.
I'm not sure why Brian bothered showing this. Yes, Brian, this is an attitude indicator. It doesn't tell you what kind of mood the airplane's in. It tells you whether you're pitched up or down, or whether you're banking right or left. You were talking about the little airplane in the window and how in cruise flight it would be somewhere between 0 degrees and 5 degrees up. Let me tell you something about an attitude indicator that you're not aware of. That little knob on the right that says pull the cage, you can also turn it. And when you turn it, it raises and lowers the little airplane in the window. That's so a pilot can remove parallax from what he's seeing. Now, different pilots like to see this thing different ways. I prefer to see it look just exactly like it does when I'm in level flight. But you really can't fly by reference to this thing. In fact, in visual conditions, we rarely ever even look at this thing. It's nice in instrument flight conditions because you can see at a glance what the airplane's doing, whether your nose up or down, whether the wings are banked or not. But for actual flight purposes, we've got other instrumentation. Now, you did mention an angle of attack. And yeah, there are angle of attack meters in aircraft. Some look something like this. All larger aircraft have it, and you're starting to see more of them in general aviation aircraft as well. But the mere fact that there is such a thing as an angle of attack meter should tell you that it's not the same thing as pitch angle. But while we're doing it, we may as well just run through some of the other primary flight instruments. If I want to maintain the pitch of the airplane, if I want to maintain level flight, I'm going to do it by reference to what? The altimeter. That's going to tell me if I'm climbing or descending. If I want to know if the wings are banked, all I need to do is look at the heading indicator. The airplane can't turn if the wings are level. If I really want to know how rapidly I'm turning, I look at the turn coordinator. This one's a 2-minute turn coordinator. If I put the wing of the little airplane on the white line, it tells me I'm doing a 360-degree turn in 2 minutes. That's called a standard rate turn. That's what ATC wants to see you do. And finally, when I want to know how rapidly I'm climbing or descending, I use the vertical speed indicator. I think I just covered 5 of the 6 most important instruments we use. The one I didn't show you is the airspeed indicator, but it's pretty straightforward.
Okay, this here is, I'll just get rid of this thing here. I'll ignore it. So this is, it won't go away. This here is just showing the chord line and different ascending level flight and descending with the use of the chord line, or sorry, with the, it's showing the relationship between the chord line and the horizontal. So you can look at that yourselves, and I'm not going to go into it too much because the next 2 are more simplistic, and I want to show them. So
Brian didn't want to spend a lot of time on this diagram. I think maybe it had something to do with this, because when you look at that picture, clearly the pitch is well above horizontal, but the flight path is descending. In fact, you can descend with the nose high, or with the nose low, or with the nose level. I wonder if you would call these unofficial descents.
So angle of attack, right, flying slow, right? The angle of attack is high when you're flying slow, because the pilot has to have a high angle of attack to keep enough lift. When at cruise speed, the angle of attack is moderate, right? So these arrows here are horizontal.
No, Brian, those arrows say relative wind. Just because they drew it horizontally on the piece of paper doesn't mean that's the direction the airplane's traveling. The airplane could be traveling in that direction, or that direction. For that matter, the airplane could be traveling in any direction and still have a positive angle of attack. That's the way it works.
And this is the angle of attack, right? Cruise speed is moderate, slow speed is high, and high speed then will be a shallow angle of attack. We'll be talking about this is about 2 degrees above horizontal. So it will still be above horizontal, but it will be not as high above as at cruise speed or slow speed, as there isn't a necessity for it. And because the pilot is adding thrust, they must keep the nose down, because otherwise it will go up and into a possible stall. So this one is not as clear, but I'll try and show it anyway. I won't make it any bigger because it's hard to read it. So this shows here at 150 knots airspeed, there'll be a 3-degree angle of attack. At 100 knots, there will be an 8-degree angle of attack. At 80 knots, there will be a 12-degree angle of attack. And at 60 knots, there will be an 18-degree angle of attack.
Throttle to 65 knots. The hell's a knot?
So as you can see, the more speed, the more shallow the angle of attack is.
Brian just continues to confuse pitch angle and angle of attack and direction of flight with horizontal. So let's skip forward and let Brian think of a new way to mess this up.
What I have detailed so far in this presentation is the basic reality to how an aircraft's angle of attack works, what positive and negative lift is, and how lift is created or lost through the use of thrust and pitch. But we have a claim from some pilots that they are flying around the globe Earth with a radius of 3959 miles as an average. So if we test this claim against reality, we will see that in reality a pilot will not fly at cruising altitude with the chord line or nose of the aircraft pitched below horizontal, something that would be a necessity for a pilot that was to fly over a spherical surface.
Well, Brian has just made a claim, and Brian claims that an airplane has to decrease its pitch angle in order to follow the curvature of
I've
the
heard
Earth.
this one before.
Now that would obviously initiate a descent, and that presumes that the airplane had climbed above its level cruising altitude. After all, if you were already at the right altitude, you wouldn't want to initiate a descent, now would you? But for that to have occurred, either the air density had to change, the thrust had to change, the angle of attack had to change, or the airplane wasn't trimmed properly in the first place. Of course, none of that happened. But for fun, let's see if we can make Brian's idea work. First, we need to do a couple of things. We need to eliminate gravity, and we need to assume the atmospheric pressure is uniform. In other words, there is no pressure gradient. So if that were true, we'll just put a line in here that we call constant altitude. Now let's let our little airplane start in a position like that. And since we don't have gravity to contend with, or a pressure gradient that's going to affect our lift, the airplane should just fly in a straight line, like that line. And it should do that until we reach a point, let's say right about there, at which time the pilot would initiate a descent. That would look like that. Now the airplane's flying along that straight line, and it will do that until it comes to that point. And the pilot once again initiates a descent, like that.
Yeah.
And you just do that and stair-step yourself right around the curve. I suppose it would work, but obviously that's not what happens. In reality, we do have gravity, and in reality, the atmosphere has a pressure gradient. So there's our little airplane. We have an angle of attack based on the direction of travel. The center of gravity is there, and the center of lift is there. And as we talked about before, since the CG is in front of the center of lift, the airplane's going to try to pitch nose down, but we've got a tail that'll keep everything balanced for us. So our angle of attack is going to remain constant. Now let's put in our constant altitude, but this time that is a specific air density. Remember that lift is directly proportional to that air density. So if the airplane tries to climb, the air density is going to go down and the lift is going to go down and the airplane is going to go down. And the reverse happens if you try to descend. Air density will increase, lift will increase, and the plane will climb. So we put our airplane in, and remember this is constantly referenced to gravity. There's the gravity vector. And as we fly, that gravity vector is following us along. And we just simply stay at a constant altitude as long as we want to stay there.
And to prove this, I will show some pitch mathematics that are based on what a pilot would have to do if they were to fly over a globe with a radius of 3959 miles as an average at cruising altitude, traveling at a constant 550 miles per hour, an airspeed that would be fairly common for a commercial airliner. Okay, I must say thanks to my friend Adam Meakin who helped me out with this because my mathematics doesn't be brilliant sometimes. Okay, at 550 miles per hour airspeed, a pilot flying over a globe Earth with an average radius of 3959 miles would have to be pitching down below horizontal minus 0.0025% of a degree every second. This doesn't seem like much, it seems like a tiny amount, but there's a huge problem here.
Well, there's a small problem. You've done something wrong. What you're trying to do is figure out an angular velocity. You're trying to figure out angle alpha per second. You didn't tell us exactly how you did it, but this is what I came up with. You took 550 miles per hour divided by 60 nautical miles per degree to get degrees per hour, and then divided that by 3,600 seconds in an hour and came up with 0.0025 degrees per second. The problem with that is this. You used miles per hour and nautical miles. Now, if you meant 550 knots, then the calculation is correct. If you actually did mean 550 miles per hour, it's 550 divided by 69 miles per degree divided by 3,600 seconds in an hour. And the answer would be 0.0022 degrees per second. It's not a big deal. I just wanted to point out the inconsistency because it confused me at first until I realized what you had done.
Firstly, aircraft don't fly with their pitch angle below horizontal while at cruising altitude ever.
And no one claims we do, Brian. That's a straw man you've constructed.
As the aircraft would be losing the necessary lift it needs to fly, and it would be officially in a descent then. So these two facts should be enough to sway anybody at this stage against the idea that aircraft are flying over a globe Earth. But as people can be very stupid and dogged, they will take the minus 0.0025% of a below horizontal pitch per second angle correction, something that would be a necessity to fly over a globe Earth with an airspeed of 550 miles per hour, and just write it off. Right? Because people don't want to live in reality. So they go, we'll just write that off.
That's not why we'll write it off, Brian. We'll write it off because it's like putting tomatoes in a fruit salad. It's just wrong. By the way, it's not percent of a degree, it's just degrees.
Right? But you can't just write that off. I'm going to show you why you can't. Not only would you not have any lift with your angle of attack pitch below zero, and you'll be heading in and you're also in a descent towards the ground, but there's a bigger problem. But what they are not accounting for is the accumulation that this pitch correction would create. As a minus 0.0025% per second correction would result in a minus 0.15% per minute below horizontal correction, or a minus 9 degrees below horizontal pitch correction per hour.
Wait a minute, Brian. Now you've got the airplane ignoring the density gradient, ignoring the direction of gravity, and continuing to accumulate pitch changes until it flies itself into the ground. Brian, you're starting to make this guy look normal.
Remember, to fly over a globe Earth with an average radius of 3959 miles, then the pilot can never fly horizontally, as they must always have a below horizontal pitch. And to fly horizontally, in reality, they must fly with the nose of the aircraft above horizontal. They can't fly with the nose or the chord line below horizontal, as they won't have lift. And it'll be also a descent towards the ground. So it's complete and utter nonsense to think that they can fly and pitch down and fly and pitch down. They can't do that. And I'm going to show you why they're not doing it as well. Not that I don't think anyone with good faculty of mind won't need to know, but there's still people out there who will still be arguing at this point. Pilots will follow an altitude, which means that they will try to hold a constant even distance above the Earth's surface through the referencing of the outside air pressure. So to do this around the globe Earth would mean either a constant downward pitch below horizontal or constant sharp pitch corrections downwards throughout a flight. And this would mean that all passengers and crew would need to be seated and have their seatbelts strapped on.
This is what you need to have strapped on, Brian.
For the majority of the journey. But this does not happen, as the aircraft stays flying with its nose and chord line +3 to +5 degrees above horizontal at all times at cruising altitude. So what this means is pilots follow an altitude, but above a globe Earth, the altitude, right, would have to be constant, right? And so to fly around the globe Earth and follow an altitude would mean that you'd have to constantly be pitching down below horizontal. That's the only way you can do it. That is the geometry of a ball or a circle. You have to, you can't fly horizontally and stay at the same, let's say at the same, although parallel lines are straight, you won't stay anyway, let's say two curved parallel lines. You're trying to make a second curved parallel line with a second curved line in parallel with a curved line underneath you by trying to follow an altitude around the globe Earth. So how are you going to do this and not pitch down below zero? It would be impossible.
Hey, Brian, have a look at this airplane doing an outside loop around an imaginary ball that's maybe 1,000 feet in diameter. Do you really think it's a problem to do one of those loops around a ball that's 8,000 miles in diameter? I don't think so.
It's a physics impossibility. You have to pitch down below zero. Otherwise, you won't be able to follow this altitude. So if they're flying around a globe Earth and following an altitude, then that means they have to be pitching down below zero, which would mean an accumulation of 9 degrees below zero pitch after an hour. And that's only 1 hour. But they don't do that. They fly with the nose and chord line above horizontal, 3 to 5 degrees at cruising altitude. That's what commercial.
So that means we live on a concave Earth.
So this is nonsense. They can't follow an altitude and not pitch down. It's impossible. It just can't do that. Remember, pilots claiming to just follow an altitude is not proof for the claim that they are flying over a globe Earth, as they would have to do exactly the same thing if they were to fly over a flat Earth.
I agree, Brian. In terms of the mechanics of flying an airplane, the airplane doesn't know what shape the Earth is under it. All it knows is about the air that it's flying in. As long as gravity is straight down and you have the pressure gradient, you would not be able to tell the difference just from the mechanics of flying the airplane what the shape of the object is you're flying over the top of. When you go beyond that, there are some clues that you can look into, and I'll give you one of them. And anybody can do this. The next time you're on an airplane at sunrise or sunset, make sure you've got an app on your telephone that will show you where your eye level is. And then try to figure out how the sun can be several degrees below your eye level if the Earth is flat.
And any corrections being made for altitude in reality is due to weather, their direction, and the time of year, as they will be encountering weather systems and convection cells, things that will be constantly changing from place to place and season to season. So following an altitude is not a proof of a globe Earth. Where would you even get an altitude reading from on a globe Earth?
Where would you get an altitude reading on a globe Earth? From the altimeter, you silly goose. Brian's trying to invoke the flat Earth, you can't have gas pressure without a container argument. Brian, did you forget to read the sign on your way in?
Anyway, so the point here is that like a lot of pilots will say, well, I just follow an altitude and that brings me around the globe. No, that's not how it works. Excuse me. My throat is dry from talking. So that's not how it works. You can't follow an altitude but not pitch down.
Well, it works exactly that way, Brian. The air density at any given altitude is pretty much constant. From the lift equation, we know that lift is directly proportional to the density of the air. And at any given altitude, that density doesn't change by much, except for maybe barometric pressure variations. But those are usually pretty minor. So if our airspeed doesn't change, because the angle of attack didn't change, then our altitude above mean sea level remains constant. And it simply looks like this. Now, what's wrong with that, Brian? Now, Brian's got at least another 10 minutes worth of derp, and I don't think we need to hear all of it. So I think we'll call it quits about here. But Brian, you really need to do something about this, buddy. You're going to get yourself stuck in that position. Hey, thanks for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Don't forget those little buttons down there. Tickle the little bell if you want notifications. Shout out to the members and patrons and PayPals for everything you guys do, and I will see you on the next one.
To me, he's just come up with that from the old argument they used to make years ago. Oh, the airplanes always pitch their nose down, have to pitch their nose down to go around the globe. And they just worked his way backwards from that.
Yeah, because they see all these, not to scale drawings of a small sphere and a big plane, and it just looks to them like it's always going to be going down as it goes around the curve. They can't scale.
No, they don't know how to scale.
Let alone understand basic aerodynamics.
Yeah, that was a total 35-minute or more video on the part of Brian. and he literally got nothing right.
No.
I can believe it.
Well, the only thing I would agree with, and I did, is the fact that just flying the airplane will not tell you what the shape of the damn Earth is.
No.
It doesn't happen like that.
There
But
are
those other things come into play.
there are, and I hate to use the word, although it is appropriate. There are parallels between that and Bev's water level.
Yeah.
A water level, as he admitted, doesn't care what shape it's on. And an aircraft doesn't care what shape it's flying over. It has, because it doesn't know, just like a water level doesn't know what surface it's on. And it will show you a local horizontal plane. An aircraft doesn't give two figs as to what it's flying over. Could be round, could be flat, could be anything.
Yeah. Yeah, just from controlling the airplane, you'd never know what the shape of the Earth is.
No, of course not.
See,
There's
Brian's
no way to determine that. But then,
Brian's
then it
implying
comes to other issues, though, like how do you navigate over a is there any difference in the way you navigate over a flat Earth versus a globe? And of course, there is significant changes depending on the length of the flight. Great circles would make no damn sense at all on a flat Earth, yet that's what we fly.
Yeah.
So Brian's implying that if we have to pitch the nose up to fly on Earth, that means we live on a concave Earth.
I don't know.
Yeah, I guess so. That's even more bloody ludicrous than flat Earth, if such a thing is possible.
Exactly. I'd
really love to get him in an airplane.
I've always known that thrust has had a lot to do with how the pitch and how the plane orientates itself as the air it's flying through, and the ailerons and the trim and everything. A little bit of it. But Blue understands it a lot more than
what we do. What we do with students from a very really about the first flights you take them on is get them used to the idea that pitch is airspeed, power is altitude. Don't confuse those things.
No.
And I used to do it this way. I'd take a student up. We'd get the airplane up to 5,000 feet or so. Trim the thing out. Show them how to trim it, and show them that the plane is just flying nice and steady, and the altitude's not changing. Great. And then ask them the question: what happens if I pull the power back? What do you think the airplane's going to do? And invariably they'll say, "Oh, it's going to slow down." Oh, really? Let's try it.
Yeah, well, you're at 5,000 feet. You're at a safe altitude to go, okay, throttle back.
Just pull the throttle back and let's see what it does. Don't touch the yoke. Just don't change the trim. Don't do anything like that. Just pull. Don't do anything except change the power setting. Pull the power back. What do you think it'll do? Will it slow down? No, it doesn't.
No.
It just descends.
Yeah.
That's your demonstration that power is altitude. Okay. Yeah. And then say, okay, put the power back where it was. And it climbs right back up to 5,000 feet and sits there. How about that?
And put a little bit more power on it. Full throttle.
Yeah, put some more power on, you climb some more.
Yeah.
You want to go faster? Push the nose down.
It's like coming
Push
into
forward,
land.
roll some.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, like when you're coming into land, they think you've got to point the nose down, but you don't. You've got to pitch the aircraft just at the right angle so it glides in onto the tarmac with the right amount of thrust and the right amount of pitch.
No, we set our on a landing approach. You set your airspeed with your pitch angle, whatever approach speed you want. You set that by setting the pitch angle. You control your rate of descent with your power.
Yeah.
That's an extremely important fact that you got to get through their heads. If you're coming in and you see that you're going to be short of the runway, the way you fix that is not by pulling back on the yoke. You're already slow. You already got a high angle of attack. Please, don't stall the damn airplane. We're not far off the ground.
Yeah.
Add power. That will arrest your rate of descent. It takes one introductory flight to get people used to these ideas. It really doesn't take much. Once you see it one time, well, most people, you can just explain it to them and they can understand it. But once you actually get there and put your hands on the airplane and do it yourself, it really makes all the sense in the world at that point.
Yeah,
I've often seen in movies, in the big jumbo jets or whatever they've used and they've come into land and they've aborted the landing, and all you see them do is hit the throttle and just full throttle it, and then the plane just lifts off again.
Oh, it will. That's actually sort of a dangerous position too, and that's one that we have to train for, because you have a high angle of attack at that point, and you got a bunch of thrust, and you can exceed the critical angle of attack easily. So as soon as you start, slamming the power on it, you got to start pushing and hold the nose down to pick up airspeed. You can do it. It's a departure stall, is what they call it. So that one's a little tricky. The airplane is at that point is not configured to fly; it's configured to land.
Micro
You've got full flaps and all that sort of
shit. Got a question for you, Blue. Is angle of attack basically which way the plane is pointing?
It's the angle between the direction the plane is moving in and the chord line of the wing, a line drawn down through the center line of the wing. That's what angle of attack is.
That's the wing. That's the direction of travel. That's the angle of attack. So
right.
See, it's going that way, but you've got an upper angle on the wing. So that's the angle of attack, the angle between that and the direction of travel.
Is that the right picture?
You increase the angle of attack, and if you increase the angle of attack too much, that's when you hit a stall.
Is that the right picture you had for that?
That's the picture. Yep. Yeah, that's the picture. Every one of those shows what the angle of attack is. But you notice it's the flight path and the chord line, the way they say it in that chart. I said direction you're moving in, but flight path, that's a better word.
Okay.
Because that angle of attack is a very well used aerodynamic term. I mean, it applies to aircraft wings, propellers, the angle of the propeller, yes. Rotors in pumps, all sorts of things. All of these have an angle of attack, and quite often they're variable. I mean, propellers, if it's a propeller-driven aircraft, the chances are those propellers can be adjusted. You can adjust the angle of attack.
Well, a propeller it's an airfoil.
Right? Yeah, just the same as a wing, isn't it?
Same thing.
Yeah.
Same sort of thing. And there are a gazillion different shapes. All of which work, but do different, have different characteristics.
Yeah, you look at things on, say, an Airbus 400, they're like almost sickle shaped and contra-rotating, just to complicate matters.
Yes, I have seen that on some of the planes. You can have counter-rotating propellers.
Yeah. You have two sets of propellers driven on one engine, but one go one way and one go the other.
The other way, yeah.
They've been using those
cancels the torque.
Years. Yeah, cancels the torque out.
So the plane doesn't rotate
twin
on
engine aircraft.
Yeah.
A lot of twin engine propeller driven airplanes have counter rotating props. And that eliminates the problem that you have with it. If they both rotate the same way, then you've got a critical engine. One of them produces a lot more yaw than the other one does.
The other one, yeah.
It's well, don't get me started talking about this stuff. We'll be here all day.
And you thought I was bad on tanks. Just you wait.
Well, Well, we'll end up with something from Blue about airplanes, like you did with your tanks.
I can't quite do airplanes like Blue can, because obviously he can fly them and I can't. But yeah.
Well, we'll have to get a model airplane out. You haven't got model airplanes. You've only got model tanks.
No, I've got airplane kits as well, but I don't think I've got any you know.
Yeah, airplane
state
ones.
of assembly.
Afternoon. Oh,
You're a bit late. You're a bit late, Matt.
I know. I wasn't going to join, but I actually wanted to ask Blue a question.
Oh, okay.
Proceed.
So what you said, yeah, I completely get as so if you throttle back, you're going to slow down, therefore you're going to lose altitude, right? So you said as well, if you wanted to speed up, then you pitch forward. But what happens if you wanted to speed up and keep the same altitude? Would you then throttle forward a little bit more, or how would that? If you pitch forward, you're going to lose altitude, right? If you pitch forward, would that be right?
Well, yeah. If your intention is to simply maintain altitude and increase your airspeed, you got to do two things. You've got to add thrust, and you've got to reduce the angle of attack.
Right. Yeah. So okay. So you do the both. Yeah. That's what I kind of thought.
So it's a combination of things then.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
There's a regime in there where it all plays together. It really all plays together. But when you're making, you got to think about those sorts of changes. What happens if I leave the angle of attack the way it is and I just increase the thrust? What will the airplane do? It's going to climb.
Right.
It has to. It has to. It's got to balance the drag somehow. And the only way to balance the drag is to move some of the. You've got to increase the drag component.
Gotcha.
And the airplane can't do that by itself. You got to help it by giving it a rearward aft component of the weight of the plane that acts just like drag.
Right.
So.
That answer your question, Matt?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, and one other question as well: is there any other altimeters that work in any other way apart from changes in barometric pressure?
There are radar altimeters, and large aircraft have radar altimeters, but they're not used at. They're only used at relatively low altitudes.
Right. But you would say 99% of aircraft would be using altimeters that work in, by changes in barometric pressure, basically. Yeah.
Yeah, pressure altimeter is used, and every aircraft uses those. Of course, you can use GPS nowadays too.
Yeah.
That's another way of doing it.
So it actually. Sorry, go ahead.
You hear the little voice on the big aircraft. When they make the movie and the plane's coming in to land, and the little voice is saying 50 feet, 30 feet, 10 feet.
Right.
That's the radar. That's the radar altimeter.
That's what that is. Okay, gotcha. Gotcha.
It's very, very, very accurate. It can tell them within inches, how far the wheels are off the tarmac there, off the runway.
Yeah. So we'll also be right in saying that. Go on.
And it's also the device that's being used for terrain.
Oh, that's why you hear cockpits sometimes terrain too low, sort of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pull up.
Yeah. So we'll also be right in saying that a pressure altimeter works by a tube and a pit outside the aircraft, right? So it's measuring the outside barometric pressure, obviously. Yeah, because there's no good measuring inside the cockpit. Is that by the pit? That's the little things that are pointing out the front of the aircraft. Is that right?
Well, the pitot tube is measuring airspeed.
Right. Okay.
The pitot tube will measure the dynamic pressure of the air caused by the forward motion of the airplane or the wind blowing against the airplane.
Yeah.
The altimeter, there's another part of it's called the pitot static system. Okay. Because in addition to the pitot tube, you've got a static port, a static pressure port, which is oriented perpendicular to the direction the airplane is traveling.
Oh, okay, right.
So the altimeter is connected to the static port.
Gotcha. All righty. Thank you very much.
Uh-huh.
You know anything about tanks, Matt, while you're here?
A little bit, but not nearly as much as our resident tank expert.
Don't let him drive over your foot.
Yeah, I wouldn't trust him to drive me in a tank. But if I needed a question about tanks, I'd definitely go to him
Look,
for sure. Yeah.
when I win the lottery, I will go up the road. I will get my Part H for my license, and I will purchase a tracked vehicle of some description.
Okay, you give me a ride.
Oh God, yeah. Yeah.
So you can get a road registered one. Won't be able to go down.
If you get the Group H is the bit on the driving license for driving tracked vehicles on the road, and you have to make sure that the tracks have the rubber blocks in them.
Yeah.
Because otherwise you have a habit of chewing the tarmac up, and then the council gets a bit upset. But yeah, you can, and a lot of them are sufficiently old that you don't need to worry about things like MOTs. But yeah, it costs about £1,000.
But you're not
costs
allowed
about
to have live.
£1,000 to get that part on your license.
But you're not allowed to have live rounds or ammo in them.
Oh no!
No, the gun doesn't the gun have to be, the weapons have to be decommissioned, don't they?
They have to be properly, professionally decommissioned and certified as such.
Can't you turn the machine? Can't you turn the machine gun turret into a paintball gun?
Could do, I suppose, but I mean, there's nothing to stop me. If I had about £40,000, I could go and see Nick Mead up the road and buy. I think he's got Mark 10 and Mark 11 Chieftain tanks that have still got the main cannon fitted. You know, they still look the proper thing. But I couldn't drive one of them on the road because I'm fairly certain they don't have the rubber blocks in the tracks. But yeah, I could go and buy a Chieftain tank and drive it around the countryside.
Yeah.
Well, farmers, I saw an advert for a tank driving experience, and I'm sure they said they were near Bovington somewhere. I think I could be wrong about that though. And apparently they've adapted the guns to fire paintballs. Apparently.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah. Oh, that'd be so much fun. I know. When you said that, Terry, kind of reminded me of it. That'd be cracking fun.
I was only saying as a joke. I didn't think they could do it in reality.
No, although they've been doing this for several years now. They're a little like one-man tankettes that you can drive around, and they have paintball guns in them. But yes, they're now starting to use full-size, ex-military vehicles to fire paintballs.
Yeah, but can we shoot a paintball the size of a softball or something similar?
Oh, I presume they're still paintballs.
There must be big paintballs then. Like,
that's what I was thinking. Would there be bigger paintballs or standard size?
I don't know. I've never really looked into it.
Imagine getting a car. Imagine your car getting shot at with a paintball the size of a baseball or something.
Either way, it'd be a lot of fun though, wouldn't it? That's what I think.
You have to be careful shooting paintballs at somebody's car because that will damage your paintwork.
Yeah, it can do. Yeah.
The shell of the paintball can scratch the paint on the car.
Wow.
Yeah. And yet we still quite happily let people fire them at us.
Yeah, exactly. But you've got
that's why at close range, if you get shot in the neck, you'll end up bleeding because it will cut the skin.
Yeah, but you do.
This is not. Yeah. This is not something I would say out loud, but when I saw that advert, I immediately thought of you, farmers. It's not something I say every day. I think of you.
But
when I saw that advert,
you want the combinations of tanks and paintball? Oh yeah, farmers,
yeah, that's it. Exactly. Exactly. That's where it came to mind. It's like, farmers are like that.
Yeah,
I want to be knows.
I have seen something on it, but I've never sort of really looked into it. I guess maybe when I got some spare cash, I might think about going and having a go. But no, it's always been my dream. If I'd got enough money, if I won the lottery, I'd buy another farm with a farmland and buy toys. And there would definitely be tracked vehicles. Maybe not strictly speaking tanks, but something.
That's what I want to do on a Saturday afternoon. Get together with a bunch of my drunk buddies and wheels around in tanks shooting paintballs at each other. Yeah.
Sounds good fun, doesn't
it? Yeah. Yeah, why not? Big boys' toys and all that,
Yep.
Yep.
Well, do what Schwarzenegger did. He actually tracked down the tank he drove, didn't he? Arnold Schwarzenegger owns the tank that he used to drive when he was in the Austrian army.
Yep.
He tracked down that particular tank and bought it, and he drives it about. Now that's pretty cool. Oh, this is my tank. Yeah, I used to drive this in the army. Yeah.
Well, I've of course never driven one, but I should think if you can drive a skid steer,
you can drive a tank.
You ought to be able.
Yeah.
Skid.
Yeah, I've read it in a tank a couple of times because when my dad was in the army, they used to have these family days and stuff like that, and they always have because when my dad was attached to a Royal Tank Regiment battalion, so yeah, they used to have the tank driving. Of course, I was too young to do it, but my mum had a go, and I was sitting in it, and it's all I can say is it's fucking loud. Excuse my French.
Yeah.
That's all I remember. Yeah. Being very loud.
That's why tank crews have intercoms and things so they can hear each other. Because
exactly.
Back in the day when they didn't have them, the tail of the tank commanders, if they wanted a driver to go somewhere, if they could reach them, they'd kick them on either their left shoulder or their right shoulder. There's no good shouting because they won't hear you.
I think it was the days when Challenger, I don't think, had come on the scene yet. I think it was a Chieftain. I could be wrong.
Yeah, Challenger came in mid to late 80s, maybe mid 80s, something like that.
Oh yeah. This would have been 70s. So yeah, would have been
70s had been the Chieftain.
Yeah.
Chieftain with his dodgy engine.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean the difficult ones are the guys who restore the old tanks, the old like the Second World War tanks. The controls in them can be you need muscles because there was no servo assistance or anything like that. If you want to turn, you're braking one side of the tank. Changing gear in some tanks was a two-man job. You had the guy sitting next to you who's the radio operated machine gunner, and if you want to change gear, he'd give you a hand because the linkage in the gearboxes were that.
Bloody hell!
So it was the
that was in the Chieftain, did you say, or was that?
No, that's the earlier stuff.
Oh, okay.
When you look at modern tanks, anything post-war, they started to look at things like, well, can the driver actually do things like change gear? And they start using servo assistance and hydraulics and things. But yeah, a lot of the World War II tanks were
pure mechanical. Yeah.
You had to be very strong. There are things like the Tiger tank had hydraulic steering, and you could steer it with one finger. Literally, it's like driving your car.
So they were the pioneers of that kind of steering in tanks, then, basically.
Yeah. But modern tanks now, it's all hydraulics or electrics and servo assistance, and you don't have to sort of physically go, oh, we got to turn right, I've got to pull that brake, because that's how you used to. If you want to turn right, you brake the right hand track, you slowed that one down, and the other one will pull you around. Very, very physical job.
Okay then, that's all you need to know about tanks for now, Matt. Sorry.
I've learned about airplanes and I've learned about tanks. It's brilliant. Yeah. Learning stuff today. Brilliant.
Next week, how to build your own nuclear submarine.
Yeah. Maybe I should learn about how to build a rocket, and I'll do the thing about building rockets. Maybe, I don't know. I have no idea. I'm not a rocket scientist. I know how they work. That's about it, very basically.
Well, you'll have to do it live on camera, because just like Farmer did.
Yeah, I think actually building a rocket engine could be a bit more challenging. Yeah.
Well, I mean, even the hobby rocket people. I mean, it's a bit difficult here in the UK because you can't just even the hobby rockets. There's only you can't use liquid fuels, for example.
No.
So you can't just shoot rockets up in the air whenever you want, apart from fireworks. So yeah, it's a bit tricky. So, but I mean, even a hobby rocket, guys, it takes quite a bit of money. It's pretty expensive. I've looked into it. It takes a bit of investment, and of course, most of it goes up in the sky and destroyed. So I can't afford that yet. I'd like to though.
Yeah, all that and more in the future episodes.
Maybe.
What's that, right,
Nothing to building a rocket engine. Just build a bomb and drill a hole in the end of it. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah.
Bomb with a hole in the end of it.
You can light the fuse.
Yeah. I did a bottle rocket with my kids many years ago, and it kind of partly successful, kind of worked. But failure of equipment kind of didn't work quite well. But there we go.
Oh,
but yeah, still demonstrated it. It was still good fun.
Well, we're winding up now, so we'll go over to Discord if you want to continue talking about rockets and planes and trains and automobiles and tanks and.
All right.
All right. Who do we have out there? Microraptor, Stevie B, Stewie, Zebulon, Dora, Jose. Microraptor, Zebulon. I'm going to just scroll up now. Jazza. Oh, who can I hear myself?
Blue. There you go.
Roomfondle. Stellarium. I have to scroll up further. Heaps further. Dora.
Bad. I joined Discord and forgot to mute.
Fred Bailey. John Rapp. Jezza. Oh, biggest doggers. Did I say Fred Bailey? You're going to get read out twice here. I can I know that usually happens. Clive. Elmigs. That's as far as I can go. If I've missed out on you, you got a couple of seconds. Quick. Broomfondle.
Some dude called M2M. Don't know who that is.
Yeah, I don't know who that M2M is. I might just do timeout on that one. Block.
Yeah.
Block. Remove. Block. Hide user.
You're going to block me?
And hide user. Yeah. All right then. Thanks, Stephen Chu. He's famous for what, Paul?
Using lasers to cool down individual atoms.
Okay.
Cooling things down with light.
Cooling things down with lasers. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you know how they do it?
No.
What they do is, you know how light can be absorbed by atoms, okay? And when light is absorbed by an atom, it absorbs the momentum of the light as well, okay? So if you shine a light of a very particular frequency on an atom, it's got to be exactly the right frequency for it to be absorbed for a particular electron transition, right? Now, what happens if you put that light just a little bit above that transition frequency that's required for that absorption? Then the light won't be absorbed. But if the atom is moving a little bit, right, in opposite direction to the light beam's travelling, the light photon is travelling, then you get a Doppler shift, okay? And so you increase the frequency relative to the atom that's moving. And so it will be absorbed if it's travelling in that direction. And so the momentum will be absorbed and it will slow down. But for atoms that are moving in different directions, that frequency won't match and it won't be absorbed. So it only gets absorbed by atoms that are travelling in the opposite direction to the light beam, the laser beam. And so that's how it's able to eventually cool down atoms, because it literally slows down the atoms that are going against the laser beam, so to speak. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, farmers, for your segment.
Thanks.
Thanks
a lot.
Thanks, Blue. Thanks, Matt. That's everyone. Oh, Fred said shout out 3 times. So if I say shout out to Fred Bailey, and then someone else can say shout out to Fred Bailey, and someone else can say it, that's 3 shout outs then, isn't it?
Fred Bailey. Hello, Fred Bailey.
Well, big shout out to Fred Bailey.
Well, there you go.
3. I said he couldn't because it was greedy, but there you go.
Oh, okay. All right then. Night peanuts, night panel.